101, so that's in room 1. Room 2, we don't have anything at that time. Then the next one is, so that one's with Alan. Then we've got networking basics, so that's with Durf or Jack, if you don't know him as Durf. And then in the room next door, we've got Remote Falcon. Does everybody know what Remote Falcon is? Okay, well if you don't, it's worthwhile going next door with Adrian and finding out a bit more about what you can do. A little bit more interactive with your display. I'll leave that and Adrian can go through the rest of it. All right. All right, and then we've got, in room 1, we've got power distribution, and a little bit more with Isaac. He'll probably be here later, I hope he's here later. And then we've got mounting props, Coro props with Trevor, so that's at 11. All right, that's in this room. Next door, after the Falcons, we've got Alan again running through all the products that he sells and giving us a bit more in-depth into all those. Okay? Alright, so anybody new here today that wasn't here yesterday? Excellent. Just want to say your name and just a little bit about your display.
I'm Max. This year will be my very first display. I've never done it.
Excellent. Welcome. Nobody else? No? All good. Alright. Well, we're early. That does deserve a round of applause. Has anybody a spare pen, please? Oh, no, we've got one. All good. So, well, here's a bit of a quiz for you. So, next year's Mini. What would you like changed with next year's Mini if we did something different? What would you like to see? All the same? So, next year's Mini, if you wanted us to do something a bit different, what would it be? Yeah, replace me? I think so. Red shirts? Might go right at the rocks. Build something? So build from scratch? More hands-on? Yep. Okay. No, that's good. Good feedback. Now, you know, we're talking about build parties there before. That's what they're really good for. Alright? Especially too if you're starting and you've got all this stuff in a box and you don't know what on earth to do with it all. Just bring it, well, maybe July, probably, actually no, August is out with my family because everybody's birthdays every weekend. So probably, maybe August, I'll do one. So anybody, I'm down at Camden for everybody who doesn't know. So you're more than welcome. Last time we had about 15 people there and we did everything from wiring up controllers, redoing the boxes, No, that was turning off Google. What else do we do? We helped Keith doing his soldering. Sent smoke through everywhere. Trying to think what else. Yeah, we repaired a pixel stream. Yep. Yeah, it was Google Home. That was fantastic. I really enjoyed that. So did my kids too. So we made frames, so for, it was your columns, wasn't it? Yep, so for Alf's columns. Same sort of thing there. That's a good thing about a build party too, is if you don't have the tools and they're at your place, and you want to do something, come to the build party. I'm lucky I've got an okay workshop. Hey? Well, yes, do not put a drink on my table saw, otherwise you'll be leaving straight away. No, it's all good. But anybody in New South Wales or another state who think about putting on a build party? Not if we're using the table saw. The good thing about it is that they're really, really casual things. It's nothing there like, oh, it's formal, you do this and that. It's just whatever happens on the day. We usually get pizza as well. Yeah. So, and the good thing about it too is you don't have to be the main person to have it at your place. If you've got somebody else that's near you that is a bit more not shy with people, I suppose, who wants to talk, like Brad. Brad could have one up his way or at Troy's place. Brad could be the... Yeah. Alright, fantastic. Alright, sure, we'll let Troy know. I think today you'll probably agree at anything anyway, just so you guys know. He's probably a little bit under the weather, so you might get some good specials today. He might miss a zero. Okay, alright, well we may as well start, hey? So Alan's going to do Electronics 101. He seems so excited about it this morning. Alright, if we can welcome Alan, that'd be great. Oh, here's Troy. Hi, Troy. Daryl looks fine, mate. Good, mate. Yourself, Daryl?
Is Keith surfaced or not?
No, I don't think so.
He had a few wines last night too.
Oh, he's all right. Keith's a trained veteran at least.
He's a veteran. HDMI, you reckon? Here.
Yep.
Mine's here. I'm sleeping it. Look like that's really not.
Alright, and yours as well. And then there's your clicker.
Oh, yep.
Basically, as well as a record, so
No, I'm not. I'm good to go. Oh, cool. I do need some sugar. That Mentos. Oh, fuck. Holy shit. Ooh, cool. Have you got a tag for me there or not?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no. So I know who it was. Yeah, I'm right near the top of the pile. I fucking hate public speaking. Hate it. Hate. Oh, yeah, I'm ready to go. Nah. do we operate a slideshow? Yep. The room is recording. Yep. Oh, so I'll take this one off. I'll put that one in my pocket. Chat's live, isn't it? What's happening over in chat? Hello. Don't know anyone there. Oh. Play Adrian's in chat. And Emma's in chat. Okay. That's on. That's on. Well, if we're ready, I'll get into it. I'm Alan, AAH from the forum, obviously. No idea how to use PowerPoint, so this is going to be an experience. Electricity, either AC or DC. AC is what you get from the mains. DC is what all your pixel lights, other lights will run from. DC is polarised, AC is dangerous. Everyone should know that. Units of measurement, volts, amps, watts and ohms. Most people here don't really need to know what the ohms are for, about at least. Watts and amps are semi-important for not blowing stuff up. Ohm's law, which is V equals IR, is important, but you're not really going to really need that much. Other derivations, power equals I squared R, which is the current squared. Power is volts times amps, which is kind of important down the track. With your power supplies, you'll have can't see with that glass, and I throw them away. Your power supplies, you've got a 12 volt, 33 amp power supply. That doesn't mean it's going to supply 33 amps all the time. Whatever uses it, it's going to use the required amount of current, up to the 33 amps that it can supply, for instance. Another common mistake, I don't know, can I move the pointer here and show up there or not? It does. A lot of people think or make the mistake that a string, or you got 12 volts, your string's 2.5 amps. A lot of people seem to think that it's 2.5 amps at 240 volts, so they're concerned about what's going to happen there. It's actually related to the voltage, because you go through a power supply or transformer and it steps the voltage down, which gives you more current. A 240 volt supply will give you about 1/50th of the current to run a 5 volt power supply. So 5 volt power supply at 5 amps will be 1/50th of that at 240 volts, roughly, if you ignore the inefficiencies. Perfect world, 100% efficient. In a real world, it's 80% efficient, something like that. All the heat losses go into heat, which you need to get rid of out of your enclosures. I don't know if anyone's got an enclosure here with fans in it, but you need fans to get rid of the heat. Providing you get, Lithgow's a bad example where he's got 5 or 6 power supplies in a box. Well, if you haven't got the fans to get rid of the heat, you're going to overheat and kill things. Voltage terminology. Mains voltage, if you're theoretically meant to be an electrical contractor or electrician to be playing around with that, but everyone here's an electrician, aren't they? Yep, Fing puts his hand up. Yep, everyone else does too. Active or line, depending on where it's marked. In Australia, we tend to use active neutral and earth. On power supplies, they'll be labelled line neutral and earth. The earth connection is literally a connection to the earth through your meter, through your meter box. And that's basically trying not to electrocute yourself. Low voltage DC, polarity of negative and positive. 5 volts can be labelled as lots of different things. 5 volts, 5 volts, V plus V, positive or plus. Negative 0 volts, COM, ground, G and D, V minus, minus V, or just negative. And you'll see different labels on power supplies, on pixels, on controllers, everything. And even though they may be connected, earth isn't the same as ground. There's actually different symbols for the two. Moving the mouse again. There. That being the symbol for ground, which is tends to be a low voltage, 0 volt connection. And over here's the symbol for the for earth. The other two symbols are for double insulated and uninsulated. Pretty well all low voltage components are polarity conscious. Reverse the voltage and you're going to let out magic smoke. Incandescent lamps, which very, very, very few people in Australia are still using, are about the only thing you can reverse the voltage on. It doesn't matter. The reverse voltage protection on boards, pixel controllers, whatever you've got around, they will generally only, the reverse voltage protection will generally only protect the board itself, not if you reverse the polarity on the pixels, they're gone. You've killed them. Pay attention to polarity. It's pretty near guaranteed at some stage you're going to reverse the polarity and kill stuff. When you're first connecting, it's good to connect a few pixels to an output rather than your matrix or some of Troy's Coro props with 1,000 pixels on it. Plug it in, all of a sudden you just killed 1,000 pixels. So plug in the first string, confirm that's working, then connect it up after that, once you know polarity is right. Voltage drop, that's an issue for everyone. Vehicles IR, the more resistance there is, or voltage equals current times resistance. The longer the wire is, the higher the resistance. The thinner the wire, the more resistance. The higher the resistance, the greater the voltage drop. And the greater the voltage drop, you get more potential issues. Your pixels won't work. You change colours from your nice white colours to a nice pastely, pinky, orangey colour with pixels. Overcoming it, going to thicker wires, more wires, lower current. Don't increase the voltage. Thicker wires is basically exactly that. Use thicker wires for your power injection. The wires that are on pixels are horrendous. They're not even you'll see them advertised as being 18 AWG, 20 AWG, but they're not. What's my next slide say? The 20 AWG and 18 AWGs, 18 I think it is, 18 AWG, which I can point at the screen, it doesn't show anything. There's the mouse. Over here is 1 millimetre diameter. That's actually the same size as what's in these extension leads running all over the table here. Those white 7.5 amp rated cables. That's not the same cable as what you're going to buy in an 18 AWG pixel. It says that it is, it's not. It's really typically 22 gauge or something much thinner. So you're going to have more voltage. Like if you calculate out that you've got 18 AWG wire and you should get 4 volts at the end of a string, in actual practice you're going to have nothing at the end of the string. So shorter wires, if you can, run props. Troy's, what are those things called? That big round thing with 1 million pixels in the thing, for instance. A mesmerizer. That's with pre-punched pixels too. I don't know what the spacings are, but if you've got a prop with 2-inch spacings, for instance, and you've got the opportunity to buy the pixel strings with shorter spacings. If you can have 2-inch spacing and you've got pixels with 4-inch spacing, you've got twice as much wire there as you really need, and you've got twice the voltage drop at the end of it. You often see the people saying, "Can I just wind the voltage up a bit?" 5 volts, 12 volts. It's the same thing. They'll ask the question. I've got issues at the end of a pixel string. So can I wind the voltage up a bit? That's a very bad thing. A lot of 12-volt pixels a few years ago, anything above exactly 12.0 volts, they would actually, I think they'd turn on blue or something, and they just wouldn't work properly. 5-volt pixels, anything above 5.5 volts will typically kill them. They're not designed to run over 5 volts, really. At the end of the string, you'd actually get more volts, but when there's no pixels turned on, every pixel in that whole string will get that full 5.5 volts or 12.5 volts, whatever you try and wind up to, and you'll just take out the whole string pretty well immediately. All wires have a maximum current. The wires you've got going to your power supply, they need to be heavy. Well, not the mains ones, but from your power supply, you think they need to be heavy. They'll typically have 10, 20, 30 amps going from your power supply into your pixel controllers or whatever. The generally accepted rule is 10 amps per millimetre square of cable. I always use millimetre squares rather than AWG. If you're buying any cable from China, AWG doesn't stand for American Wire Gauge. It's approximate wire gauge because it's anything. They're typically well under. They may well be marked 18 AWG, 16 AWG, whatever on there. Yeah, 26 is far wrong for a lot of stuff.
I think the Chinese, when they do their AWG, they include the diameter of the insulation.
Yeah, that's about right as well. Like automotive cable is specified. Yeah, millimetre squared is always a.
1 to 2 millimetre squared stuff, preferably. What I always say.
Yeah, automotive cable is specified by cable diameter, including the insulation. Electrical cable, if you buy from a Jcar or whatever, they're typically in millimetres squared. Millimetre squared is actually an indication of how much current you can really get through it. The longer the cable, you should go up from the 10 amps per millimetre square to handle the voltage drop. If it's a short run, it doesn't really matter. If you've got from here down to the back corner of a room or something, you want to bump up the wire gauge you use. David AVD on his DA Share site, he's got cable loss calculators, and there's a few other ones on websites as well. They're rather handy. The pixel wiring isn't rated for it's bugger all. The wire is so incredibly thin, I don't even know what it is, 0.1 millimetre or something like that. It's millimetre square, not diameter. So realistically, you probably shouldn't be putting much more than an amp, 2 amps through the things, whatever. Which gets me onto what I think is going to be a 12 volts versus 5 volts. 12 volts is used because you can stream or join hundreds of pixels together and not have to worry about power injection. I'm against it for lots of reasons, which you'll hear me talk on that. One of my biggest issues is the wire size. You're overloading the wires all the way, certainly from the first start of the string. The wire's rated at, what have I made a mistake? Have I? No. Yeah. 1400. Yeah, but like, regardless of that, my biggest issue is the wire size. The wire isn't capable of handling the current. You string 400. I actually saw Troy do it. He demonstrated he had several hundred pixels on a prop running off one wire going into it. 1,000 pixels. So in theory, if that was running at full 100% brightness, that's 55 amps. He's trying to get through wire rated for 1 ampage. So when you, he's got good stuff, isn't it, Troy? It's not, yeah, very, very pale. It's got a fade as it goes through the prop. So 5 volts, 12 volts, go with 12 volts if you want. But there's a big issue with the wires being overheated. There's been fires for all sorts of reasons, particularly with 12 volt pixels. But by putting more and more pixels on that wire, you are overloading it. And it's quite common to drop the brightness down to 20, 30, 40%, which is a compensation for the voltage drop and the fact that it's just so incredibly bright. You can see some facts and figures there on what you can get. The 12 volt pixels are dearer. There's variations in prices between the 12 volt pixels from 12 cents to 20 cents each. It depends on whether they're resistor ones or regulator ones. They both use exactly the same amount of power. In theory, realistically, neither one's better than the other. One's got more. Well, realistically, no one of them's better than the other. The power supplies exactly the same cost, but the 12 volt power supplies only run less than half of the pixels per power supply. What you can run off a PowerPoint becomes important too. You can see the cost of 1,000 pixels or 3,000 pixels there. It's well under half price to run 1,000 pixels. The other option is 3,000 pixels, which isn't much. There's a couple of Troy's props over there. The first few props there is a couple of thousand pixels. At 100% brightness, you can run one of them per PowerPoint. So it's 1980 watts. You can run off a PowerPoint, a 2400 watt rated PowerPoint. Whereas if it's 5 volts, you can run all that corner of Troy's stuff there off one PowerPoint. And they're exactly the same amount of light, regardless of whether it's 12 volts or 5 volts going into it. They both give exactly the same amount of light out because of the way they work. And that's basically all I wanted to talk about. I was rather disorganised, running out of time and having to get here, so that's pretty well everything. Any questions?
If you've got already 12 volt,
Yep.
props, is it worth thinking maybe to mix it? Use 5 volts of props where you've got more dense?
Yeah, I didn't actually, I skipped through it because I was doing it off the cuff there. Where possible, if you've got a string running around, I'm going to steal one of Troy's props. Yeah, it's going, look, suitcase? I don't know. Yeah, here's Troy.
There's no.
No,
Yeah, cool.
he hasn't put the pixels in it yet. You're starting here with your pixels, running up here, you get to the end of your 50 pixels. Next 50, where possible, if you can join the start and ends of the strings directly behind the prop, you'll have no voltage drop from those 2 points, or no in inverted commas because it's going to be millivolts. Whereas if you've got the full 100 pixels there, you're going to have potentially volts of voltage drop along there. So, where possible, always join the power injection points on the pixel strings. I think most of them come with the red and white wire or black and white wire, whatever colour wires they are for power injection. To join them wherever you can. They're there for a reason, and it's beneficial to join them.
If you're not real sure what that means, come over and look at my nutcracker over here, which is 5 volt
Yep.
I've done exactly what I'm
Yep.
explaining now to that, and that will run at 100% brightness, so it's like about 150 pixels on it.
Yeah, I do exactly the same thing. All my pixels are 5 volt, cheap and nasty ones, 7 cents US each, and all running at 100% because I've got a massive amount of lights over the road from me, throwing light back into my yard, so I need the brightness. And by joining the things together, no voltage drop issues at all. I've got 10 of Troy's mini trees strung together, all off the one 5 volt power supply. It's only 200 watt power supply from memory too. And no voltage drop issues anywhere. I've got some power injection points going out to the other trees because it's across about 15 metres a yard. But changing to 5 volts isn't any worry at all. You can actually mix and match all the data coming to all pixels is a 5 volt data signal. So you can actually go, this prop 5 volts, the next one on the line might be one of the existing ones. As long as you break that 12 volt line there, you can actually use that same data signal to go from this prop to the next one there. And all your controllers can mix and match the 5 volts and 12 volts coming out, no problems at all. Label all your props. On the back of all mine, I write 5 volts, and I actually put a picture of the pigtail wiring configuration that I've got just in case I have an issue.
Mine on the tail,
Thanks, Troy.
12 volt, it's got red mark on it.
Yep.
Another question from Benjamin and Malcolm asking, should you stagger power supplies turning on to minimise inrush?
I have no idea how much it is for sale, but it could come home with me yet. It's yes and no. A lot of cases you can't help it, but theoretically it is better if you can stagger them because the inrush current on switch mode power supplies is pretty massive. Realistically, if you've got them on the end of a 7.5 amp rated power supply, what are those things called? Extension leads. There's going to be enough resistance in there that it'll actually drop out the, it'll handle the inrush current as a spike in the current, it'll drop some volts there. Yeah, stagger a couple of power points on at a time. A few people have timers running. I'll turn on one power supply, stagger and turn the next one on a minute later or something like that. But realistically, it's a few milliseconds between of inrush current, or 50 milliseconds or something, of a very high current momentarily. When you've got multiple power supplies in one box, you can't do anything about it. Anyone else? Yeah, yeah. Well done. Thank you.
Okay. Why isn't everyone in the other room? You're all supposed to go to the other room and watch whatever's on in there. Damn it. Nothing. Today I'm talking about Tune 2 signs. So, disclaimer, any ideas are mine. I do mention a few vendors. I'm not pushing their products or anything like that. And if you have a problem, please show me on this software. Oh, sorry, not Excellence, where Lithgow hurt you. Why have a Tune 2 sign? Good question. Basically so people know what frequency to tune their radio to. That's it. Thank you very much. It's also to show other information. We discussed this morning. A Tune 2 sign is not, depending on how you do your Tune 2 sign, it's not just a Tune 2 sign. The ones over there, that smaller sign, could be a perfect Tune 2 sign, but on that you can also put your website or your YouTube or anything like that address, your show times, plenty of other information can be on if you use P10 panels or P5s. They're not the only option. I do show quite a few different ones. You may not need a Tune 2 sign. If you're like Sue and myself, we go out every night, we greet cars, we tell them about the radio station, give everyone a lollipop, and then we raise money for charity as well. So if you don't have a transmitter, and so you don't have the FM radio or anything like that, you just have speakers such as Keith, who is still not here. He has speakers in his front yard, so therefore he doesn't need a Tune 2 sign. If you're like that, again, you may not need one. But during times of COVID, last year what we did was we asked people to tune their radio and stay in their cars or stay around their cars. Our location has a large paddock to the north of it, and most people parked in the paddock and they watched from their cars. If they wanted photos, they went up, got photos, and went back to their cars. We had very little interaction between people, which was really good. Types of Tune 2 signs. One thing you'll find, there's no one type fits all. Some people like P10s. I know Keith doesn't like panels at all. There's other people that say, hey, listen, I don't want to put those. They're not Christmassy enough. There's plenty of different options. They can be drawn. They can be painted. They can be laser printed and laminated, which one of our Kiwi brothers does. Mark, if you're listening. You can actually use vinyl signs, get a sign maker, or there's a few people in this group that actually have vinyl cutters, I'm one, and make up a sign specially for you. They can be illuminated, which I do suggest if you've got a static sign, you have it lit up because people can then see it. P5, P10 panels, which is what I use. They can be computer monitor. Lawrence Drive Lights showed a great idea of a computer monitor, projector, TV screen. Put it inside your house in your front window. That way you don't have to worry about, you know, the P5s, P10s over there have kind of got to be waterproofed, at least the back, even on the external ones. You've still got to waterproof and protect the back. If you've got a monitor sitting in your front window, run from inside, no need to do anything, just open the curtains. Here's some ideas of some of the signs that people have actually sent to me, or I've stolen off the net. This is Mark over in New Zealand. It's simply laser printed, laminated, and you'll see down the bottom there's a couple of little LEDs which light it up at night. Very limited, but it gets the idea across. Tune your radio to this frequency. Ben, you might recognise one of these. The top left-hand side is actually Ben's, lit up, and the other three are mine. They are simply a piece of white Coro with a sign inside printed backwards, so that over daytime it's just a white block. When you light it up, you see the Tune 2 99.7 or 106.7. They work really well. I had that for 4 years, 5 years, something like that, and there was 50 pixels in each. The thing, go away, I think it says. Now, literally, I just shaped them roughly to the numbers in front or letters in front. These are LDLs, or the ones that he's shown on one of his videos. That's a monitor, sit it somewhere. If it's undercover in your shed, you know, if you put your roller door up or something like that, they'll work really well. And you can get computer monitors second-hand, cheap as anything. This is one from, dare I say it, Holiday Coro, but it shows an interesting idea. Down the bottom is actually a matrix that you can make whatever letters. It comes in 3 or 4 numbers, so you can go into the hundreds if you want to, on a plastic base. Gives you an idea. Most of us could sort of make something like that. There are other a little bit more locally available options. Troy? They're on sale for $10 each. The ornament, the top right there, I have one of those on my front deck. I don't use it for a Tune 2 sign. I find the text on it a little bit clunky, but it could be used if it's out the front of your display and it was, you know, you designed the letters and numbers and all that. I just tend to try to put text across mine and it doesn't look great. But the modular matrix, available in 4 or 6. The bottom one there is 6. I reckon that'd be great for, well, we've seen people put it under gutters and along eaves and things like that. 6 high is more than enough to do, you know, a Tune 2 or a, you know, say hello to your visitors, something like that. Again, this is another one that Troy has done for one of his customers. It's a dedicated Tune 2 sign. You could have, you know, LEDs flashing around the outside and your Tune 2, and it's a set frequency. In this case, you know, I'm sure Troy could do anything but 88.1 as well. So let him know and he'd be able to do something. This is my original P10 panel. The location of my house, I had the 2 Tune 2 signs that we've seen earlier on the corner of the house. This replaced them when I, basically they got to the end of their life. I was probably watching an episode of, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. I tend to do that. I've got a couple of screens in the shed and I tend to watch TV out there while I'm doing something. Yeah, I'm not sure. But again, 3D printed in this case, joiners at the back. Now I laser cut them. They are nice, but these are internal panels, so you have to waterproof the front. It becomes a little bit more of a problem. Even the one over there, the large P10 panel, which is way too big for a Tune 2, but hey, you could use it for everything, has to be protected at the front because you've got power supplies, you've got all that sort of stuff in there as well. After I started to have a few failures, and P10 panels and P5 panels do fail over time, I replaced it with P5s. And the reason I went P5s is they were the same price. Actually, I think they were slightly cheaper from memory. I blame Jack. And I ended up replacing, that's a 3x3, and the quality difference. When I do the other FPP demo, on my table there I actually have P10 and P5 side by side, and you can really see the difference up close. But from a distance, if you're, again, it depends on viewing distance. If your people are, you know, meter jack away from the Tune 2 sign, don't go P10s, go another option, because they look really clunky and blocky. If they're 5-6 metres away, don't worry about it. Daryl's. Where is Daryl? There he is over there. Daryl was nice enough to send me these couple of photos of his Tune 2 sign. They are P4s? Yeah, I thought they weren't P5s. I thought they were a bit different. 4 or something. But his, because he's on a T intersection, he has them about 45 degrees apart. And so you can see them from in front or either side. Absolutely brilliant idea. And they're outdoor rated panels, so he had to protect the back of them, but the front, no protection on them. Lessons I've learnt, which is a lot of them. Make the sign stand out. Because I used to stand out the front every night and had Tune 2 signs, and people would go, what's the frequency? It's like 2 metres away. Can't you see that? No, they can't. Think about the viewing distance, as I said earlier. If you're going to go something up close, you can print it, you can vinyl cut it, you can go P5s, other options. But if it's at a distance, you've got to, you've got to make it maybe a bit more larger, stand out, that sort of stuff. You can go P10s. Make it clear. You'll see an example of what I mean by that at the last image. This is the big thing that I learnt. Don't make it blend in with your lights. Again, I had ones that were sitting right out the front, literally metre derf away from people, and it didn't stand out. And it wasn't until someone actually told me that I looked and went, oh, it's the same colour as the house. It didn't stand out. And think of the environment, temperature, etc. That vinyl sign that I had for years, Mark sign, they will handle any sort of weather, any sort of temperature. You can't kill them. P10 panels, I have acrylic across the front. And again, if you have a look, and I think I've got a photo here in a minute. If you have a look at the corner of my P10 panel there was no ventilation. It was a black front facing west. It got hot and they actually buckled and broke. So think about, that's an extra added expense. It's something you've got to worry about. I run the fans 24 hours a day in my P10 and 5 enclosures. And spend more than 5 minutes on making a sign. 10 or 15 is fine, or a 5-minute order from Troy, that's fine. Here's an example. This was the original vinyl sign. It kind of doesn't stand out, does it, on the corner of the house? I've pointed it out to you. Everyone go, oh, you're tuned to 99.7. But people didn't see it. They don't know. Well, I know it's there and I immediately see it. Again, look at this one. Where's my Tune 2 sign? Yeah, you know to look for it, but if you're just driving up to my place, never been there before, it doesn't stand out. And this was actually 2 years ago. And it wasn't until I was actually standing there taking this photo, someone said, I can't see your Tune 2. And I went, look, do you want those? And it wasn't until I said, but it doesn't stand out. It blends in with the house. That was my mistake. This is what I do now, is the Tune 2 is white, yellow, some bright colour. Sometimes I put a border around it, sometimes I don't. But it is that one colour all the time. I do put backing effects on there to give a bit of motion on it to actually catch your attention. But it's always different colour. So if my house is predominantly blue or red or whatever, it's some contrasting colour. Yeah, I've actually found that just by not having anything around that area, I've got a big ball above it, I'll flicker that a lot when the house is static. And it's not necessarily the screen that's actually got motion, but it's the area that's got motion. So yeah, good point. Here's those P10 panels which are damaged. You can actually see the corner there. It actually popped LEDs off, it got that hot. Ray replaced most of those at a very good price for me. So he did good, but they were damaged and that was my fault for not having decent ventilation. Why did I do this topic? There's been a couple of good comments about, getting people's attention and all the rest of it. A couple of years ago, my family and I visited one of our members, and I'm not going to mention who it is, but he's not here today, so that's a good thing. He's online? Excellent. Hey. And the reason I made this topic, and as soon as we seen it, I said, I've got to actually tell people there was an issue with his sign. I'm going to let the picture... No, it was actually 99.1, and I will make a comment about that too. Yeah, there's plenty of things that can be said about the sign, and I don't want to be critical, but it's not clear. It's an absolute mess. What's the frequency? What does that, the face, Twitter, Google, there's no links to anything like that, which he probably couldn't have put there. It's just information you don't need. Radio 8 to 12 on Friday and 8 to 10 on weekdays. Is Friday not a weekday? And also, when we drove away, and this is one thing it's not Tune 2 related, but it's one thing to take into consideration if you are using an FM transmitter. We drove away all discussing this. I won't say we were laughing, but we were discussing the sign, and it was a very simple display, and it was the guy's first year doing a display, and we actually thought it was pretty good. And the lights did match the music. We sat out the front and watched 3 songs, I think, and every song was slightly different. It wasn't the same effects plastered over, so credit for the sequencing. As we drove off, I actually said to my son, how powerful is that damn transmitter? Because we were 1 kilometre down the road and still listening to the music. And then we were 2 kilometres down and still listening to the music. Then we went, what? No, we can't be 2 kilometres away and still hearing his music. That is WSFM radio station frequency. So he was literally swamping that in the local area. We probably got a couple of 100 metres down the road and it went to the different song, but we didn't notice we were talking. And if you're going to use an FM transmitter, sit out the front, spend 10 minutes every night, every weekend, making sure that it's not a community radio station that's running on that frequency. There are ways of actually searching for radio frequencies in your area, but just sit out the front in your car or take a portable radio out, find a nice blank area and pick somewhere in the middle. That way you're not going to affect, because a lot of these radio transmitters that we are using tend to be not quite so narrow as they should be, so they may infringe on adjacent stations. And what you don't want is your next door neighbour that listens to WSFM or whatever it happens to be every evening to listen to a quiz or music or whatever, complaining about your lights. And that's it. All the time. All the time. And as was mentioned yesterday in one of the talks, why don't we? I just simply say it's too difficult to get the timing right. And as I said in Keith, I think it was Keith, his discussion yesterday, the whole timing issue with modern stereos in cars. Again, I have a radio sitting out the front, and I have people, if they come up in a brand new BMW and you look at the lights and then 5 seconds later the music starts, you go, listen mate, park your car, walk up the front, have a listen to our radio. We're out there till 10 o'clock. After that, tough luck. Right. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. It does. Yeah. And of course we're all using 10 microwatt transmitters, I believe, aren't they? Something like that, yeah. And by the way, I have actually been visited by the ACMA. They were doing some work up at Bathurst. On their way in, they actually detected our radio station, pulled up, and the first question was, how powerful is your transmitter? And I went, and I've looked at the side and went, 10 microwatts, sir. And he sort of looked at me and went, no, seriously, how powerful is it? And I went, why? He said, oh, we detected it about 2 kilometres away. I could only get about 700 metres away with my car, but of course they had all the gear to, pick up everything. And he said, I'm showing it at 3.2 watts. I did actually have a decent aerial set up on the corner of the house, and he said, go pick the aerial, throw it in your garden bed. And I did, and he went, I'm showing it under a watt, we're happy with that. It's not causing a problem, we've had no complaints. He just happened to say, be a good boy. So, that's it. Thank you. Perfect time for Dave. You got 3 minutes.
about them today. So we see a lot of overthinking of networking configurations where they think it's this big beast, but really your whole show and your internet can be handled by one little box that you get from Telstra or your internet service provider. That's more than sufficient. We see a lot of bridging of networks, which sort of means you have two networks, you're trying to join them together. It's sort of talk back in a loop. It gets very confusing. You can actually end up breaking your entire network doing this if you create a network loop. Multiple routers involved. If you have multiple routers, one can talk to the other one and pass it down the chain, but it can't go the other way. So you've got one way of communication. Initially, it might look like it's working. You try and do something else, it won't work. And multiple subnets and not knowing how they work. So we'll dive deep into that a little bit later, but multiple subnets has been a big issue as well. So what is included in a network? What are the fundamental equipment that you might need for a network? You might have heard these terms. You've got a network switch, which you can think about it as taking one cable and splitting it across as however many the switch can handle. There's a couple of prizes which were fantastic for this hobby, network switches. You've got a router which handles everything from what device goes where, you know, its IP addresses, it handles all that. It handles all the communication going back to it and goes, okay, I need to send it from A to B, B to C, depending on where it needs to go. It handles all that. You've got your computer that you might be running Xlights on, runs Xlights. It's part of the network because it's connected with an Ethernet cable. You've got your controllers for all your show, 1, 2, as many as you want. Sizing your network. If you have hundreds of controllers, you need to size your network correctly. Your Raspberry Pis for your Falcon Pi player and all that. That also handles your proxying, your bridging, which is if you separate your network sort of going from your internet over to the show internet, your Raspberry Pi and FPP handles that. Wireless Arduinos if you've got any, so your Wi-Fi devices, your Wi-Fi access points is included, and some of you have CCTV. Ah, right. So you've got different types of network cabling as well. You've got, you might have heard of it, Cat5, Cat5e, Cat6. For what we do, it doesn't really matter. Try aim for Cat5e or higher. You get the longer runs of the cable. Do you want me to just go down there? Yeah. You can see all the different types of your different network cables up on the screen. In short, we're not really throwing anything more than about 50 megabits per second, you might have heard that term, down a network cable. But the distances we tend to travel, especially with remote Falcon boards, the 4-port receivers, because we use every single cable, single core in that network cable, transmitting it over long distances, you really want a sort of good quality cable to do that, otherwise you might experience some issues with single ports. So we'll go through that in a later presentation in troubleshooting, but if you have one wire in your Ethernet cable that you're running from A to B on your F16, F48 to your 4-port receiver, if you have one intermittent issue on one cable, it will only drop one port because it sort of uses a couple of pairs for each port. Now what we aim to cover is the biggest one in our hobby is making things static IP addresses. Does anyone use DHCP or static IP addresses in your network? Static? Yep. Can be done both ways. The only thing is with your DHCP, which your router handles, after a certain amount of time, that IP address expires and you'll get a new one. So you can see where that can be a little bit problematic if you have an IP address on your controller that changes and in your Xlights you've set it to an actual IP address, so one static IP address. You'd have to keep updating that. So that's why we make IP addresses static. So here's just a basic sort of what we call a network map. It's how devices flow back through your internet to the world. So we have our, normally from our wall we've got our data phone plate from our internet company, goes into a modem router, and then goes on through Wi-Fi to all our devices. So we can see up here we've got different, we've got a Wi-Fi access point with an ESP Pixel stick, a F16V3 controller, Falcon Pi player, everything that we'd normally have, and we've also branched off with a network switch. But normally your internet box has 4 ports, 5 ports on it. You can use that. You don't have to buy a switch. Only buy a switch if you need it. So IP addresses. Again, we're going to try stay away from the presentation. It gets a bit too confusing. An IP address is pretty much an identifier, a number that each device gets given on your network, and it's how we look up a device. So if we're wanting to go from point A to point B, point A might be 1 number, point B might be 2 numbers. We try and remember really the last set of digits. So we really only care about if we have an IP address. On a standard network, and probably everyone's network here, minus a few people, we only really care about this last digit here, the 54, right? Everything before that is out of our network. It's not handled by us, okay? So we only really care about this. We can change this if we want to. We don't have to. But that's pretty much probably about 60% of you sitting in here. Your home internet locally that your controllers are set up would be something like this. So they come in 2 types. You might have heard that there's 2 types of IP addresses. You've got ones that look like that, and then you can also have ones that look like that can contain letters. We don't use that. You don't need to know about them. That's for a problem when we're 25 years from now, when we've run out of these IP addresses. We've still got a few. There's also, when we break this down, there's 2 known types. There's internally used IP addresses, which you'll see is your 192.168, you might have heard that. You also might have heard of 10.0.0.1. You've got also 172. They're all classed. You can go on Google and find what are internal IP addresses, and you can use them on your internal network. We've also got external IP addresses, which is what the internet uses. So if you go to facebook.com, it'll actually end up going to an IP address that's publicly available. You can't use them. Otherwise, if you use them and you try to go outside of your internet, it's not going to connect because it's being used locally. The internet works on principle of getting to the destination as fast as possible. So if you have an external IP address in your home network, for example, a Facebook IP address, and then outside the internet, you've also got Facebook internet, it's going to go to the shortest path, which is your local network. It's not going to try and venture out. So did anyone have any questions about IP addresses? We're going to break these down. Yep. Troy, what have you got? 192.168.0.1. Right. So again, it goes back to that list of what is internal, what is external. We can only go up to a certain number in this section to use it. All right. So this is just an example. Your LAN and WAN is, you think about that as your router at home. But Patrick, he wants to speak to someone 192.168.1.2. Your router's going to look that up and say, all right, let's go. I know exactly where he is. He's going to go all the way to the end. These people might be on your switch, different port on your switch. It's going to go through your router, and your router's going to say, okay, he's at the end. That's pretty much what a router does, without going too far into it. Subnets are the other big one that you might see. You might know when you configure your Falcon PiPlay with a static IP address, you're going to be asked about your subnet. Your subnet, in short, identifies how big your network can be, how many devices you can have on it. So everyone might be familiar with the 255.255.255.0, and in 99% of cases, that's what you're going to use. Unless you've got 564 controllers that you're using on your network, you're not going to have to exceed that. Right? I have a fairly moderate display. I still only use a basic 255.255.255.0. And all that means is in your last numbers, so your 192.168, this last number, for example, .1, in this last number here that would normally go here, it specifies either how big it can be or if it can intrude into the next digit. So setting a .255.255.255.0, that'll allow you in the last one to go between 1 and 254. Right, so you can use any of them. For example, if you change your subnet mask globally on your network, you can't just apply this to one device. Globally on your network, every device, your router, your Falcon PiPlayers, your controllers, if you change that to, let's for example set it, so at the moment we've got the equivalent up on that table of 255.255.255.0. If we go down one, we've got 254.0, which will allow us to sort of intrude on this second set of numbers. So, for example, if we set it to start at 1, we can actually change that between 1 and 2. That second set. There's lots of calculators online. You can play around with it to understand it. But then we have 192.168.1, and then any number between 1 and 254, or 192.168.2, any number between 1 and 254. And we can actually explore these two numbers, so 1 and 2. So if I have a device 1.54, it can talk to 2.100. That is expanding our network. That's pretty much what a subnet mask or subnet tries to do, is it sizes your network. Anyone have any question on that? That's a big one we see a lot. So everyone understand that it's pretty much sizing your network. But all your devices have to have the same subnet mask. You can get around it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But always make sure all your devices have the same subnet mask. Otherwise you won't be able to talk to each other. The gateway is the other one you'll see on your Falcon PiPlayer, which is important. That is where it's, if it doesn't know where to go, where do I go next? Who do I ask? So everywhere in the world there is gateways. Facebook have gateways, Netflix has gateways, my house has a gateway, your house has a gateway, everyone does. Right? And that is normally your modem that you have between your phone line. Your internet company provides you that router that comes in the mail, you plug it in. That's essentially your gateway. And it's normally .1 on this last set of numbers. This could be anything. Telstra is 10.0.0, but it's normally always going to be 1. And that would be your gateway. There's a couple of tricks that we can go on the computer and find it very easily. If you're not setting static and everything's DHCP, you can type some commands in on Apple, Linux, Windows, everything. And it will tell you the gateway IP address. And that's one very quick way to know what that number is. But I'd say 8, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be dot one. Dot one.
Is that the one where you talk about typing like IP config, 3 gig and
IP config, yep, so on Windows, IP config, you'll see the device's IP address, which might be 192.168.154. You'll see the subnet normally under it, which should be 255.255.255.0. And then under that will be your gateway IP address, which should be 192.168.1.1. If you're expanding your network, if you're using a bigger net mask, it's always going to be 192.168.1.1. It's not going to be 192.168.2.1 as well. There's only one. If you expand your network, there's only one. All right. Is there any other questions about the gateway? No? DNS. You might have heard that one a lot. You might have heard 8.8.8.8 a little bit. DNS is the principle of what converts facebook.com into an IP address. That is the sole purpose of DNS. So every time you type facebook.com, you can open up your command prompt, your terminal on your Mac, you can type in ping facebook.com, and what will come back is the actual IP address of Facebook, which will change every time you do it, because they have hundreds of thousands of them, right? But DNS is the server. When you specify that in Falcon PyPlayer, it is the server. It's going to go out on the internet. It's going to ask, okay, for example, Falcon PyPlayer, if you have issues with time and everything like that, it's trying to ping GitHub, which is where Falcon PyPlayer is stored. When it updates, the first thing it's going to do when it turns on is go to GitHub, but it needs to know what IP address github.com is. So it'll go out to the internet. 8.8.8.8 is Google's DNS server. It's going to go to Google and say, where's github.com? What's the IP address for github.com? It'll send it back to your Falcon PyPlayer. Go, okay, I know the IP address now. It'll go down your router, because the routers handle IP addressing and routing. It'll ask your router, let's go to 101.21.52.64 for an example. It'll follow down the chain to find GitHub, and then it'll pull the data. So that's the sole purpose of DNS. Does anyone know any other DNS addresses that are quite popular? 1.1.1.1? Yep. Haven't heard that one? But there you go. Brad? 8.8.4.4 is also another one. That's Google's secondary. But you can just type in public DNS servers on Google and you'll get a list 10 kilometers long. There's hundreds around the world, if not thousands, tens of thousands. But the most popular is 1.1.1.1, 8.8.8.8. So if you're configuring FPP, remember those numbers you put down the bottom. If you don't put them in there, it's not going to know where to go to update, to get the time. Unless you've got a real-time clock battery in the FPP, it won't know where to go to get the time. So, setting up a schedule and a playlist, it's not going to work. The device won't have the time. You unplug it, plug it back in. Every time you power that on, the first thing it does, goes to the internet, goes to DNS, and finds time.gov or whatever the domain name is that it uses. All right. Unicast, multicast. This is very oversimplified. The two types that you'll see in Xlights, unicast, multicast. When you specify unicast, it's pretty much going to send the data flowing down the pipe directly to the device, where multicast is just going to send it out and just say hello to every single person in the room. On the switch, on the router, it's just going to ask everyone. I have a packet for James. Are you James? They'll say, no, it's not James. And if you think about that, it's unnecessary data flowing through your network. If you pile up controllers, devices on your network, you'll get congested. You'll get a congested network. There's some instances where you use multicast. If you have very specific requirements of controllers, everything like that, they sometimes only take multicast. But if you're using Falcons, Unicast, save the data on your network. That's the way to go. Any questions about Unicast multicast? No. DHCP and static addressing. So we don't want, sort of touched base earlier on it, we don't want our devices every 30 minutes, every hour to say, okay, I'm done with this IP address, give me a new one. Because then every single time you'll have to go in your Falcon and update the IP address. With our hobby, Christmas lighting, we want everything static. You can do it on the F16 V3 on the web interface. You can change it from DHCP to static. It'll display it on the OLED, what the number is. Make sure it's on the same network as your normal internet. It gets too complicated going outside and trying to route through things and set up routing, bridging, proxying. It gets too complicated. Now, you can manually specify an IP address by assigning it a static IP, and how we do that is we can use an IP scanning tool. There's lots out there, IP Scan 24, I think Angry IP Scanning for Mac, Fing on your phone. It'll tell you every device on your network, and whatever doesn't pop up is a free number you can use. You can set your controller to that. Just make sure you don't set two devices for the same IP address. You can't do that. It won't work. What do you do if you do? Turn one device off if you know the two devices. Whatever device is turned off, it'll go to the one that's on. You'll actually find if you set two of the same IP addresses on two devices, same IP address, and you go to your web browser, say for example 2 F16 V3s, and you hit go, you type it in, you press go and it loads the web page, and you go, oh, it's working. You might hit the refresh button and it'll actually go to the other controller, right? It's 50-50. And that's what the issue is. If you send data at it, it's, half the data is going to go to one, half the data is going to go to the other one. Sometimes your router can pick up on it and just block them for IP address spoofing is something that it can be called, but try to avoid it. It's fantastic. You can actually set the IP addresses with the buttons and the OLED on the Falcon controllers, which is handy without having to plug it in or pulling something out. So if you make a mistake, you can just go there and change the last digit to go up one if it's free. But always make sure it's free. Heaps of apps out there. You can... Yep.
Here's my MAC address. Okay, that MAC address is now going to be assigned this IP address.
That's right. So you can dive into it. Gets a little bit more advanced. If you're happy with playing around with inside your router, absolutely. I do it. All my controllers are not on static IP addresses. Me personally, I have everything on DHCP, and then I can log into my router, my Telstra router. I use a MikroTik router. And I get a big list of everything that's connected. It tells you the name. You might have, I've got 7 Falcon controllers. So they all pop up in there. I can actually go into that and click a button called Make Static. And instead of your router dropping the IP address every 30 minutes and getting a new one, it will keep that specific IP address and always give it that IP address when the lease is up. So every 30 minutes, it'll give it the same IP address. Okay? Because the issue with, if you set something static, the reason I do it, if you set something static and it's only in your display for 3 months of the year, 2 months of the year, you unplug it, someone moves in, someone else connects to it, you go and get a smart device. Because it's not there, your router goes, that's a free IP address. I'll assign my new light bulb to it. Light bulb doesn't, sometimes they don't have names. You don't know what it is. If you use Fing, something like that. So I set it in the router, so when it comes showtime, I plug it back in, it's still in there. It'll just go, okay, hello again, you're .20. Does anyone have any questions? Yep. Yeah, so every router is different. I can't speak for every router. I can actually set up on my DHCP server that's on the router. I only wanted to assign, say, for example, 1 to 150. The limit is, once your 150 comes up, the device won't connect. It doesn't get an IP address. And then the last ones are reserved. You can do that. Some modems that you get from your internet company might not allow you to do that. So that's where juggling, finding it very specific for your router comes into play. You have to play around with it. Yep. Yep. So we've pretty much gone through DHCP and static. This is what, on a Windows computer, if you got Windows, if you hit start, type in command prompt. If you're connected to a hotspot now, it'll tell you your gateway, it'll tell you your IP address. But this is what pinging a IP address looks like. If it's not available, you'll get a response time. So replying from 192.168.70, time equals 102 milliseconds. That's how long it's taking to go out to say hello to the device and get a response back. That's what ping is, latency, ping. That's how long it takes to go from you to the device and back. You can do it with Google. You can see mine's a bit over the shop. I must have been pinging something on a Wi-Fi network. And that's a prime example of why you don't use Wi-Fi for your display. You're doing something at a 525 millisecond level, and I'm getting ping times of 102 milliseconds. So you get the lag. Pinging something that's not in use, you'll get destination host unreachable. It just doesn't know where to go, it doesn't exist, so it gives that response. Yep. So why it did that is because it gets into detail. 146 is the computer I'm sitting on, right? In my case, because I've got a different sort of network setup, I've got local, what's called a routing table. So my computer actually knows where half of the devices on the network are. It doesn't go to the router, right? The computer knows, plus it's also on the same subnet. It knows everything on the network. So my computer's telling me no. It wasn't really sure of itself, so it went to .89, which is my Wi-Fi controller. My Wi-Fi controller also keeps a copy of that. So it went to the locally, and it was just like, just to be sure, I'll ask the Wi-Fi controller, just in case something's updated and I haven't been updated. That's why I went to .89. Yep. So they're the programs I was talking about, Fing, for Apple Androids on both. Awesome tool, especially if you're troubleshooting out and about when the show's on. Advanced IP Scanner for Windows, Angry IP Scanner for Mac Linux. Now I wanted to touch base on this because there's a lot of mixed opinions about it, is separating your network. So for example, having your home network as for example 1, and then you can go to 254. And then having your show network as 10.0.0.1 to 254. We're seeing a lot of people separating their networks. Yes, it has its uses for sure. If you're experiencing issues, lags, try and separate as a troubleshooting step. The issue is, we go back to our subnet mask. This is only 255.255.255.0. This can't talk to that. If you put an Ethernet cable between here and here, they're not going to talk to each other. They just will not, because it looks up, my network's only this big, I can't talk to you, right? So what they've invented with FPP is proxying. So you'll have an FPP connection here. You'll have an Ethernet cable going to it, and then it'll be bridging to your show network. So when you request this, FPP is handling getting this information, putting it into something that this can handle. So you're actually requesting it through FPP, which has both networks. You can assign more than one network to your computer at once. I could have 500,000 IP addresses on that computer up there if I wanted to, right? So that's what FPP does. It breaks the net mask through a proxying, it's called proxying, bridging, you might have heard it as well. It does the same thing really. In different circumstances it's different. But that's what FPP handles. When you separate your network but you're still able to get here, it's because you're using FPP as a proxy to transform that information, change the network and then spit it out on your network. You can see where that can become an issue if this crashes. And I need to find out what's going on with my Falcon controllers, which are off this network. You will then have to physically unplug your computer from this, plug it into this network, get an IP address, set it statically, just to configure this. I finish configuring it, all right, I have to get back and reset it up so I can work on next slides. So that's where it comes in. Does people use separated networks here? Does everyone use a separated network? Yep. It has its pros and cons. Do you have to use a separated network? Exactly. Exactly. If you know what you're doing, you can do it by all means. But what we find when it comes to troubleshooting time, it's just about to hit December, everything's changed, it's on a different network, we're sitting on Zoom and they're going, okay, give me 1 second, unplug, they disconnect, oh, hang on, I'll get on my phone. I'll call you on my phone, and then they go out and sit on their network. I don't. I have 4 houses connected to my internet. Every single one's Netflixing at the same time. I'm out the front, the show's going fine.
On that, just separate that, your network, so the other houses is wireless, or are you wired?
So, one house is wired, directly into my switch. The other 2 are using, don't think of it as Wi-Fi, it's not Wi-Fi. It operates as the same principle. It's microwave technology that pretty much creates a wireless Ethernet cable. Yes. Yep. No. No, because it's its own independent thing, there's no interference with that. It's pretty much 1 to 2 milliseconds to go from A to B, which is negligible. It doesn't. If I wasn't using 12 volt, I wouldn't get it across the street. That's how I put it. So, yeah, look, I have 7 controllers, probably about 8 security cameras on my network. There's about, counting every house, about 12 TVs. Netflix is going, let alone all of my smart switches, because I use smart switches to turn the show on and off. So it's a very busy network. Like at showtime, it's probably pushing 200 or 300 megabits per second locally, which if, you might have also heard on switches, there's 10100 and 1000 gigabit switches, 10100 switches. If I was using 10100 switches, I'd have issues. Because I'm using all gigabit Ethernet and switching, I don't really have an issue. So yeah, this is just a continuum. It's a recap. So you find a free IP address for your device, set it, remember it, or use the make static function in your router. I think it's portforwarding.com has pretty in-depth guides on how to use your router. It's pretty much their business. They go and look at every single router out there and tell you how to do it. Set your net mask. Again, 99% of the time it's going to be that 255.255.255.0. They also sort of changed that into a /24 to make it easier to pronounce, like verbally, but they also might configure a lot of MAC and Linux uses the /24 version. But if you just type in subnet cheat sheet on Google, you'll get that little snippet I had on the other slide. Set your gateway, which is, again, normally 192.168.1.1 or 192.168.0.1. Could be anything. Open up your computer, type in that IP config. If you're on Windows, IF config on Mac, Linux. It'll tell you everything on there. You can, there you go, there's another cheat. You can check the sticker on the bottom. For example, some Telstra routers aren't .1. They're 10.0.0.138. That's normally on the sticker on the bottom. It'll also tell you the username and password to log into your router on the bottom of it. All right. Now, was there any other questions? These are just analogies moving forward, really, yep. Yeah, absolutely. Write it on a piece of paper, sticker. Mm-hmm. So it goes back to when I was saying I could have 500,000 IP addresses on my computer. Yeah. Yes, I could. Yeah. And then your laptop breaks. And then you get another laptop, or I have to use my sister's laptop. When you set a static IP address and you go, okay, I'm going to the Sydney Expo, I'll connect to their Wi-Fi. If you set it statically, because you have to set it statically to add more than one, you come here, you connect to the Wi-Fi, you won't have internet. Because I might be using 172 and none of these. And then you go, right, someone very new beginning to basic networking, I've seen IT people set their laptops as static just to get it working, and then they go home and go, my internet's not working because they're on a different network. Yeah, exactly. I was here, I had this as a static, I came in and I was wondering why I couldn't configure the Wi-Fi here. I had my IP address as static. It goes over everyone's heads when it's set. Yeah. Oh, you go, oh yeah, that's right, yeah. Like I've had my laptop, my personal laptop, when I go do some work in data centers, for example, I actually have to set myself up as an external IP address. So you, from your house, could actually ping my laptop. And then I come home and go, well, that's not going to work because it's an external and I'm internally. So it's just checking it, going through the process of troubleshooting, which we'll go through later as well. Exactly. Know everything. Yep. Yeah. That's. Yeah. But it all. Absolutely. Absolutely. We do it for time. All right. Yeah. 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 But if you come to my house, where my physical modem converting my fibre to the node internet to my networking rack, that dies every 3 months. I have Telstra send me a new one. Every version of router they bring out, IP address changes. Absolutely, you can do it. But there's always going to be some unknown variable that pops up that comes and bites you in the rear end at the end. So, absolutely, yep. If you leave off the gateway, it will connect to the local network, right? So if you leave off the gateway, I do it all the time. You can do it. It will be able to talk to this. But if you put this in, It's not going to go, how do I find this? Where do I go to find this? That's all the gateway's doing, is sending you to what's called the next hop. So, for example, it's a good question because a basic networking request might look like this. Right, so this is your computer, .54. This is the gateway. It's asking this address where to go next. This will travel to the internet as an external IP address. If you don't put the gateway in, this arrow goes away. It doesn't know that it has to go here to find the next hop. So that's what happens. Yes, you can still talk to everything else that's on this IP range, not network, because it doesn't really, it becomes a network, but it's really just a set of IP ranges that you're using at that point. Okay? So I can talk to anything on that .1 range because you've set the net mask to that. If you set the net mask to 255.0.0.0.0, you'll pretty much have an eighth of all the IP addresses in the world that you can talk to. But you won't be able to connect to the internet at that point because you're using external IP addresses. All right, I think that's about it. Perfect.
go. Oh, it's me again. Talking all things Hanson Electronics, which is me. Who am I? I'm me. I'm based in Central Victoria. Been doing electronics for decades. I started Christian Lights. This is actually a rehash of a talk I did for the virtual Christmas Summit, the US-based thing, a month or so ago. So some of it's not real relevant, but they had a template to work from, so there. One thing I did notice, I think it was actually Lithgow said, he called me R. R, yeah, but AAH is my actual initials, so I call myself AAH, other people call me R, so it doesn't mean anything. Now it's obvious. Yeah, I've been electronics since '89, started computer control with Lighter Armour in 2008 after seeing Wizards in Winter on, wasn't even YouTube, it was via email back then, because YouTube was a big thing then. Started making my own Christmas boards in 2011 after going to the Melbourne Mini and learning that DMX is actually easy. Ryan's Christmas Light, or what was he back then? What was Ryan's name before Ryan's Christmas Lights? It's wherever he was. Well, Ryan set me up with got me going on my website in 2013. Normally this time of year I'm busy building new stuff. My first board was the, somewhere up there, it was the Mega 60 outputs of DC control, which it was good. I've actually got 6 in my display, but the thing nearly made me broke because way too much time developing them and they're expensive to make. Then I made a little 211 DC 15. Then I got into power distribution stuff. Hex fuse, basically for the three outputs are on a lot of power supplies, just basically fusing for them. Power 8 has two 30 amp inputs. I can move the mouse here. 230 amp inputs on it to 8 outputs. It's got power good or power indication and fuse blown indication. So all you'll see normally is the 2 green lights, or some of them have actually got 2 blue lights because they ran out of green LEDs. And it's also got a null pixel buffer built into it. So if you want to, you can actually, if you're going from a mega tree, for instance, out to your next prop and it's more than a few metres away, you can hook up to the last output of, get the mouse gone, get the mouse. You can hook your data through here, out to there, and then it'll go out to potentially 10, 15, 30 metres out to your next prop. The Power 4, someone asked me about could I do a smaller version of the Power 8, so I did a smaller version. It's actually the same footprint as the Hex fuse. P10 fuse, it's a fuse board that's designed to mount directly across the back of a P10 panel or P5 panel or whatever. Bunch of screw holes top and bottom to line up so that it's not interfering with some of the plastic work on the back of the boards. PS Dist 1 and Dist 6 are mirror images of each other. They're basically designed to go screwed directly to a power supply. 6 outputs, is it? 5 outputs? 1, 2, 3, 5 outputs. 5 fused outputs, potentially the full 80 amps of input from a 5 volt power supply, or 33 amps for a 12 volt, out to all the outputs. It's actually got the up there, the screw terminals there if you want to go to a Pi or something else. The other ones are the will suit fork terminals if you wanted to go out to P5, P10 panels, which come supplied with the fork terminals on them, or you can just put normal wires in there if you need to. There's actually the two of them are mirror images of each other, because the cheap and nasty China ones and a lot of the common ones have something to point. They've got V plus and V minus on the opposite sides of each other compared with some of the Meanwell supplies. So if you tried to plug the PSG1 into a couple of the Meanwell supplies, the polarity of the voltage will be backwards. So that's why there's two of them. It's labelled all over the place where what's what. These I don't like. I sell them, but I don't like them because I don't like 12 volts, which someone might have got the idea. Basically, the direct connects for the HP server power supplies. 80 amp input, which is limited by the connectors more than anything. That's up to a 1000 watt power supply, I think it'll run. Whereas the HP supplies can come up to 1200 watts, I think. 80 outputs, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 outputs, 80 outputs, doesn't matter. Don't use 12 volts. A couple of DMX boards, DMX 36 Mark II, which replaces my replacement for the Mega 60 was the DMX 36. Not used much now because everyone's going to pixels, but this is for dumb RGB lights or anything incandescent will run off the low voltage incandescent will run off these. They're not used that much anymore. You can't get. It's almost impossible to get lights that will run on them now, except for low voltage, like 5 volts or 12 volts, dumb nodes, which are actually becoming more expensive than pixel nodes, so they're becoming extinct. DMX18's half that. Also don't sell many of them because no one's got the lights for them. 2811 DC30, and half of it, which is half the size, almost half the size, is the 2811 DC15. These have pixel inputs, which is, I've got the connectors removed. 2811 pixel input over here will control dumb lights or Bo Gaudron, who's a Sydney sider, I believe, or ran this way. He's actually got one controlling some linear actuators to pop his props up overnight. So when his show starts, it pops the props up. He lays them down afterwards. Control any sort of dumb lights from your pixel network. If you had a pixel tree and you wanted a dumb RGB light on, not light, bloody star on top of the thing, you can control that. It was made when pixels were becoming popular, but a lot of people were still using RGB lights. Oops, don't know how to use PowerPoint. These are special, in inverted commas, for the Bunnings dial, Bunnings Big W, all the fairy lights you buy, fairy lights and icicle lights you're buying now, which have the two wires coming out of a multifunction controller that actually reverses the voltage from about 50 times a second, so it can only uses less wire, which means it's less expensive for them to make, but they're a pain in the ass to control. DMX18 controls up to 9 strings, 18 channels. You can do fades, flash them on and off. Can't change colours obviously, but and the 211 DC 230 is the same as the other 211 DC boards. You can hook that up to a pixel network. I had a guy in Vegas ask about controlling 1 million lights. Who's going to use fairy lights. So I made that for him because he can potentially have 1500 pixels, and these board, the 211 DC 230 appears as 10 pixels to a pixel controller, so you can effectively have up to 150 of these boards daisy chained one after the other, and he could get away with a very simple network to control the lots of lights, but COVID happened, so he hasn't gone ahead with it at this stage. He was aiming to set a world record over in Vegas. How to configure these? You don't really know how to configure a Next lights. If you're having issues, reach out to me. I think I've actually got these pictures on my website on this is how I configure the 211 lights, the 2-wire lights within Next lights, so that each half of the light turns on at a different time, regardless of whether you're doing fades up or fades down or something, rather than have them all turn on at the same time. This is my newest board, which would be finished now, except I'm here. It's a bigger version of the 2R18. It's designed for newbies like me, mate Bill over there, for connecting those same Big W and Bunnings style lights. It has a few extra functions which are, it's got what I call the classic mode. If you put the classic mode switch on, it will actually act exactly the same as the normal multifunction controllers that come with your lights. So you can put it on to slow fade, twinkle, whatever all the other settings are. You don't need any computer going to the thing, it'll just flash the lights. So you can get rid of up to 12 multifunction controllers and just have this board running, or then when you go to the next step, you can hook up your computer and go to computer control for the thing. Panel controllers, the Octo Scroller. Originally, young Mr. Collins over there, he brought in some Octo Scrollers when there was a bulk buy on Falcon. I soldered up some boards for Jerry down in Melbourne, and the board's a mongrel for inexperienced solderers to solder, because there's some very close connections. So I thought, this is a mongrel design, it's an open source design, I'll change the design a bit, make it easier to solder. Then, as I'm getting close to the end of it, people on Falcon Christmas asked about having another bulk buy and said, I've got a new design you can use if you want. Before they went ahead, someone said, it'd be nice if it had a real-time clock on it as well. So I added a real-time clock into the design as well. From the original one, which I'm pointing up here, and not that I can point at it at all, I added a few things on the original one. The new one, way over the far side there, over here, I've now added fusing to the board, so it actually protects the attached BeagleBone black or green slightly. There's an input way up the corner of it, a power switch thing. So if you put a switch there, it works exactly the same as the power switch that's on the BeagleBone black. There's actually power and run LEDs, because you can have power to the BeagleBones and they don't run. So you can actually turn them on and off with the power switch on the things. And I've made the text a lot easier to read, because once on these ones here, once the connector's on there, you couldn't actually read where the output numbers were. Everyone's making these things now. What else have I got? Yeah, well, you can see the real-time clock that I mount underneath the boards. Nothing exciting there. No, just highlighting the extra things that I've added from what used to be, well, wasn't on there on the original Octo Scroller design. RPi P10 does 3 strings on a Raspberry Pi. On a Pi 2, 3 and 4, I think you can do up to 12 P10 outputs per output. On a Pi 0, it's 8, I think. And you can also control P5s. Pixel controllers that I make. RPi P10, not P10, RPi 28D Plus is a 2-output 211 plus 1 output of 2801 plus 1 output of DMX that plugs onto a Raspberry Pi. Up in the corner there, way up there, is a user input which you can use for running a script on the Pi. Might do a shutdown, whatever script you choose to use, or you don't use it at all, whatever. That's basically showing the features of the board, the couple of where everything is. That's all pulled from the manuals that are on my website. And physically how you connect the things here. The Pis, they'll actually pump out up to 1600 pixels worth of data at 20 frames per second. 1600 pixels you can't have hang off one output without power injection, so that's just an example of power injection downstream of the board. HC123 Mark II is a Beaglebone black or Beaglebone green based board. It mounts up on here. It does 16 outputs directly of 2811 data or via the two outputs on my mouse here or here. You can plug into expansion boards and it'll get up to 16 outputs, 16 extra outputs per side of 2811 data. Each of them will do 1600 up to 1600 pixels per output, so it's maybe 78,000 pixels the board can control, as well as being, because it's Falcon Pi based, Falcon Pi player based, now they've changed the names again. It'll actually run the entire show if you need to. There's an OLED display there which will tell you your IP address, what state it's in, whatever. There's 4 switches, can't find my mouse, there. There's 4 switches there which will allow you to navigate via the OLED display. You can put in test mode. I can't think what else you can do with it, but you can actually scroll through most of the Falcon Player menus that are accessible via the web interface. You can actually access most of them via those keys on there. Nothing real exciting there. There's a bunch of boards that will plug onto the daughter boards there and expansion boards. HC123TX is a long-range differential board which will go out to one of these boards which can plug on either side of the HC123. Can go out up to 4 of the HC123 RXs, and you don't need to configure them. There's no limits on the number of pixels per output that you can have on them. So each one of the outputs on there will go up to 1600 pixels. You can connect. There's no reduction in pixels anywhere for anything. You don't need to configure it as remote boards or anything within Falcon Player or X-Lights or anything. The HC123RJ is just a breakout board to get those signals out to up to 4 of the HC123EX boards just to supply fusing. This board I make but hate because it's too many wires in too little space. They'll actually give you 16 fused outputs directly on top of the board, which means you've got potentially up to 48 pigtails hanging off the board, and it works fine. It's just that it's a mess. So I've actually seen photos of what it looks like, and there's just pigtails absolutely everywhere. The HC123-4T is a differential transmitter which will work off any pixel controller, whether it's my 28D Plus or whatever, and it'll actually give you long-range differential out to the RXs. And the RXs will actually work as dumb receivers on Falcon boards, and as far as I know, it'll work on the Cult boards as well. X-Light setup, don't get me through that. Pretty easy to set up at the moment, until my mate Keith turns up from being unwell. To configure my boards, you actually have to configure them as Falcon Player. I lost the mouse again. At the moment, the vendor is Falcon Player. Eventually, hopefully after today or sometime soon, you'll configure them as Hanson Electronics and just go through the pull-down list of boards. At the moment, it's a Falcon Pi Hat or an RGB 123. I can't think what the number is, but that's all on my website as well. That's boring. Oh, I don't know what that one's there for. Oh, X-Light setup for it. Nothing. The within X lights, because there's 48 outputs, goes through the visualizer, and will actually show you all the what you've got plugged into all 48 of the outputs on the thing. Raspberry Pi multifunction controller. This one's got a bit of everything on it. There is a 211 pixel output, which will do 1600 pixels. A panel output for up to your 10 panels. DMX output. OLED display, so you can see what Falcon Player is doing underneath the thing. Some navigation buttons which are on a header to allow you to plug switches into them to bring out to an outside enclosure if you really wanted to. And over in the corner, I've lost the mouse, there. Over in the corner there's actually 3 user inputs, so you can use them for triggering, jumping to the next song in the sequence, whatever you want. There's an enormous number of scripts on the Falcon Player that you can play around with. Pixel meter. Voltage issues are prevalent all the time. This little box just plugs into the line with your pixel data. Unplug your pigtail, plug this in, and that'll show you how many volts you've got at that point there. As well as that, the pixel that's on there, over here, that appears as the next pixel in the network, so you can actually see what the next pixel was meant to be doing. The pixel will run, or the whole board will run for anything from 5 volts to 24 volts. You don't need to do anything. There's not multiple different boards for different voltages. And the switch on there, over wherever it is here, that actually switches the null pixel buffer in and out of the circuit. So you can actually see if you've got data issues, turn the null on, and that'll potentially go up to 50 metres to see if that fixes your data issue. You put these on the beginning of your lines and the end of your lines, wherever you need to see what your voltage is, to see if you've got voltage issues. Inline pixel tester. These, I thought I didn't have my website, but I got one ordered this morning. So these are much the same as the pixel meter. They just plug directly in line. You've got an output coming from your Falcon controller, whatever. You don't know what's going on. Plug one of these things in and you instantly get access to pixel controller, pixel tester, which will control up to 600 pixels with the effects that are built into that there. Just basically a simple fault finding thing, or if in the worst case, your controller's not working, you can't access your controller, just plug this thing in and you've got your Megatree or whatever running with simple effects. Null pixel buffer got mentioned before. I've got a couple of different types. There's the inline style, which is down the bottom there, or the solder-in style. What these do is actually regenerate the pixel data in a more robust format. It's got a high current, low impedance output, so it can actually. I've tested to 30 metres before I ran out of cable, and I've seen it tested to 50 metres to the cable. So from here, we can go any distance almost within this building without having to have a long-range differential board. If you need to, you can put 30 metres down the track, you can plug another one of these things in. The inline ones just physically plug in where you've got an issue. It goes towards the start of, potentially straight from the output of a controller. Plug one of these things in, off you go. Troy loves them. You can either solder to the end. Oh, I wish I had a laser pointer or something. You can either solder to the ends of the board or use the holes there as strain relief to. I've got better pictures on my website of what the strain like. Basically, go up and have it as a strain relief. Put a bit of heat shrink over the top of them, seal them up, whatever. Yeah, that's in and out, data in, data. It's basically physically chop a pigtail, chop a lead in the middle, chop it, solder the 3 wires in and out, and you've got up to 50 metres of of distance it'll go with no data issues at all. Run from 5 volts to 24 volts, doesn't need to be different devices for different things. Dave Pitts announced his F amp 45 minutes before I announced my one. I'd had it there and had it tested, then he popped up on a page and oh bugger, missed by this much, but it was a bit unfortunate timing. I had no idea that Dave was working on the same thing as me. David AVD said, you should make these things, so I made them because David told me to. And sell lots of them, and they get rid of lots of issues. You don't. You've got to have positive and negative from one end of it. You compare, because I wish I had a pointer. I've got a pointer here. As long as you've got power from either, that's the output, as long as you've got power from either this end or that end, you'll go. Because it's actually, yes, you can see that, it's actually a physical wire, a physical bit of copper all the way through. And then power and data one direction. The data can keep going on without having to have the 5 volt connection or the 12 volt connection going on. So it's just you only need the 2 wires going out there. It'll go a long way. It's on standard, any sort of cable. I've got lots of other goodies. I've got lots of goodies over there for sale today at 20-30% off on a lot of the stuff. I've got enclosures, which are sitting over there. Power supplies I didn't bring because they're heavy and I had no room. Pigtails are heavy, I didn't bring any room. Mounting strips are heavy, I didn't want to bring them, and Troy's got the same stuff pretty much as well. Pixel pliers, did I see you with some, Troy? Yeah, Troy's got them as well. It's Troy's backyard here, so you can buy them off him. Nylon mounting hardware for Raspberry Pis, BeagleBones. Someone on Zoom the other day said, where do I get the M2.5 screws? Because the Raspberry Pis need M2.5 screws, which are a mongrel to get anywhere in Australia. I've got them. I now supply them as a kit of 4 nuts, 4 screws and 4 standoffs, exactly for mounting Raspberry Pis. Fuses, pixels, lots and lots of stuff. I'm sick of making more stuff, but that's what I do. Thank you. Any more questions? No, good, I'm out of here.
What's your website?
www.hansonelectronics.com.au, and it should have been on the first page, I think, if I go, way. Yeah, well, don't do that. Oh, you don't want to go in. No, don't go to the US. No, it's on the bottom of there. It's on my signature file on ACL. Yeah, Hanson Electronics is the US-based one.
I realise that.
Yeah.
Controls?
Yes, we didn't have controllers. No, nothing good. Don't feel. Just ring me if you've got an issue. I've probably spoken to approximately half of the people in this room via phone, and they've got issues. Anything. Bernie rings me up daily. Sometimes more than daily. I've got people all over Australia ring me up come November, December with any sort of issues. Well, I love talking. Hate talking in public. If I've got the time, I'm happy to talk to you about my boards, other boards. I've got a mate over in Adelaide who has Advatec boards who can from year to year he can never remember how to configure them, so I jump on Zoom and configure his Advatec boards for him. Whatever. All done. Ooh. Choppers. Yeah, there's a catalogue over there with all my stuff in there, and prices on everything. I'm done. Thank you.
All right, g'day everyone, I'm Trev, also known as Medowie Lights on the ACL forum and things like that. I'm going to talk about mounting props. I know it's mounting Coro props, but I'm just going to talk about any props in general. There's a multitude of ways in which you can mount whatever you want. Your imagination is endless. Mounting Coro props, we'll start with that one because I think they're probably sort of one of the easiest sort of props to mount. Troy's got a very, a multitude of different props there. As you can see, anywhere on the Coro where you haven't got lights, you can drill through your Coro. I tend to use something like a bigger screw or a larger diameter screw going through onto a piece of timber and then mounting the piece of timber with a couple of smaller screws either into brickwork or onto another piece of timber on your house so you don't have massive big holes going into your house. Because you've got nodes in the back, you've got your cables coming out, use standoffs, PVC pipe, whatever, make a little standoff, keep it away from the timber, stops everything deforming, keeps your props nice and flat. Another option, things like candy canes. If you want to put them in your yard. Star pickets are a good one, even rebar. Go to Bunnings and you can buy sort of longer sections of rebar, smash them down into the ground and then just put some zip ties across it. Works an absolute treat. Zip ties, what, 5 cents a piece, if that, 2 cents maybe. Costs nothing to mount them. So yeah, Coro, easy to mount. If you need a lot of props in a line, run a piece of string or a bit of wire rope or something like that between a couple of star pickets, hang them up on there. If you're using wire rope, you can get those little wire rope clamps, sort of like a U-bolt with some screws on them, and you can clamp it onto the wire. That way it won't slide across and move, things like that. Pixels, a lot of you have seen drill pixels into a bit of conduit. Lots of, I suppose, talk on there about trying to get them straight. You see a lot of guys that drill into conduit and all of a sudden, the pixels start straight and then they'll sort of start curving around, you won't get a straight line. Easy way to make a pixel jig and the best way to do it, piece of timber, another couple of bits of smaller timber, either side of your conduit, just drill into the timber and you've got a straight line. Make a peg, so you've got one hole where your drill's coming through to drill your PVC pipe, and then another hole, say 1 inch, 2 inch, you can make it 3 inch spacing, whatever, and use another 12 mil bit of dowel. Make sure you go right through, so top through to the bottom, and that'll keep your conduit actually straight, rather than trying to have a little spigot in the bottom that you're just sort of lifting up and over, because then your conduit will twist. I'll get on to some of this stuff now. Roof lines. Conduit on roof lines with pixels in it. You can either use these little PVC conduit saddles, sort of tuck the edge in underneath a tile or something like that to hold it down. Another way with tile, well for tile roofs, is if you don't mind drilling into your tiles, just use a masonry bit, drill into your tile. A lot of people go, oh, hang on, my roof's going to leak. No. get the green wall plugs that you whack into a brick or something like that, put a bit of silicone around it, tap it into the tile, cut it off flush with the tile. Then you can just put your screw straight in there with a bit of silicone as well, and it's going to be waterproof. If you want to take your prop down at the end, some people like to leave it up year round, that's fine. If you want to take it down, just unscrew it, another little bit of silicone just over the hole, you know exactly where it is. Next year, just come in, whack your screw straight down through the old silicone. Yeah, your roof won't leak. Metal roofs, probably a little bit more difficult, but again, you can do it. Take your roofing screw out. Usually they've got like a little washer, rubber washer type thing underneath it. Put your saddle clamp down, put your washer on the top, and screw it down. I haven't had a roof leak yet with that. So yeah, so that's one way for PVC on top of a roof. On walls, around windows, garages, things like that. These ones, same thing, another different style of PVC clip. Screw just goes down through the centre. Again, they don't give you much space between the wall and where the conduit would sit. So easy way to do that. If you don't have a 3D printer, I 3D print my own little standoffs. So you just put a longer screw through, and now you've got space for your cables behind there. If you don't have a 3D printer, just buy a piece of shitty timber from your hardware, and just cut it down to size and make your own standoffs. Million and one ways to make a standoff. Yep. Yeah. So, a lot of, again, you know, as you said, you can even just cable tie your nodes to a piece of conduit, or you can drill it through. I suppose depending on density that you want with your nodes or spacing, if you wanted to go, say, like a 1 inch spacing, probably pretty hard to get it sort of, you know, the nodes right next to each other without sort of trying to overlap or something like that. But yeah, that's another way of keeping the cables neat, is you can just cable tie all the cables around, and then, you know, you don't even have to worry about a standoff. You can just use something like that straight against the wall. Which now brings me to strip lights. A lot of people hate strip lights. They have their uses, they really do. I use a lot of strip lights. I actually use strip lights for my roof lines. People don't like them because they go, oh, I get too many failures. You know, the heat up on the roof will melt the solder joints and they'll fall apart, things like that. You can, if you allow your strips to move with the ambient airflow. So if you had something like that and the airflow is going and your strips bouncing around in the wind, yep, your solder joint's going to crack. So what I've made up, again, these 3D printed blocks. Slide your strip joint through it. You can put a magnet, one of those rare earth magnets in the bottom, and you can just clip them up on your, if you've got a metal roof, ColourBond roof or something like that, you can stick them up there. Get them about probably, I don't know, every 20 to 30 centimetres apart. And also, if you can, where you'll see along the strip where the actual strips are joined with the solder, that's where you try and put your thing across there. That way that joint isn't going to move and you're not going to have the problems with cracking and failures during your show. And again, 3D printers are great. I mean, you can make them for any angle, anything like that. Oh yeah, you can print it. You can put a zip tie through it. I can make them with a hole in there to put a zip tie through. Whatever. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But again, the key is with these strip lights is putting it around your actual joins where the solder is on between the sections, and that'll keep them from moving and breaking. With the strip lights as well, another way to keep them nice and straight, zip tie them to a bit of conduit. Same thing, and then you can use any of these other mounting methods again to mount your conduit. Yeah, it's 100% easy to do. So having said that, I've just gone through like just a couple of things there, but the main reason I wanted to do this one was to open it up to everyone else. If they're struggling to think of ways to mount things, just to have more of an open discussion and let everyone jump in and sort of give opinions and ideas on mounting things, because I mean, as I said, there's 1,000,001 ways to do it, and there's no 100% right way or one wrong way, because things work differently for different people and everyone's houses are different. So I suppose, is there anyone out there that wants to add anything or can't think of a way of mounting something that they'd like a bit of input on? Nothing? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Again, things like Zoom chats, the ACL forums, things like that. If you have any questions or things, a myriad of people out there that have done it, and yeah, just ask the questions, go through, and anyone will be able to help you out if you have a problem. So yeah, that's pretty much mine. Mine was a short, sweet one. If anyone doesn't have anything else, we'll wrap it up there, and yeah. Right, cheers.
This was how we solved it, how to go
Brad's the reason why we're doing that safety talk next. I've seen your tree too. All right, so who does troubleshooting on their Christmas lights? So everybody shows perfect, nobody ever does the troubleshooting. Fantastic, we can sit down.
Let's go.
All right, yeah, ready to go. Oh, it's down here, I kept forgetting about that. No, you can take it away. Okay, so the things we're going to talk about today. Where's that lolly? Yes, thanks. Okay, so basically what we're going to talk about today is hobbyists not being able to complete props they wanted because they're not looking at the problems that are there to troubleshoot. Additional purchase for displays that are not required. A bit on safety, Bradley. And it's probably not broken, where a lot of people think something's broken, but they just need to troubleshoot it. Your turn.
So if you already know how to troubleshoot from A to B, fantastic. Just listen in. If you have any input on different scenarios, chime in at any time. And if you think we've missed anything in a troubleshooting scenario or going through anything, just again, put your hand up, ask away. So this is a real life example. We see it quite frequently, actually. We've seen a lot of people get frustrated with what they're trying to do and what they're trying to accomplish. In the long run, they think they might have faulty equipment when it's just a matter of spending the extra 15, 20 minutes trying to sort something out. And because he didn't do that, he threw the actual device away, and it was not a $20 device. So we sat down with him before he threw it away, went through all the steps from A to B, let him get a better understanding of what the issue was. And it was actually a computer driver that wasn't allowing him to communicate with a controller properly.
Okay, what tools are required? Troubleshooting can be used as basic or as in depth as you want it to be. You can troubleshoot without any tools, but tools do make it a lot easier. Some of the tools that we use are multimeters, extra parts, oscilloscope, and your software.
So does anyone know what type of software can be used for troubleshooting? Brad? DA tester.
Yes.
Absolutely. That helps a lot if you've got issues with Pix. Yep, formerly DA E131 and DA DMX. What's up, Brad?
Hey?
Absolutely. Yep.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yep. So all these tools can be used to troubleshoot.
So everybody knows what CMD is on their computer? Your command prompt?
Terminal, CMD, command prompt, 101 names for it. So when do we have to troubleshoot something? It should occur when something's not working as intended or how you thought it should be working. It also goes around on learning to troubleshoot changes your mindset on how everything operates. If you take the time to troubleshoot, you might not need it, it might be completely irrelevant, but down the track, if you're doing something not even hobby related, it might twist your thinking on how something operates. So when should we do it? If, for example, you want to turn a pixel to red, but it's actually blue, we'd start troubleshooting why is it blue and not red, I'm expecting it to be red. Something doesn't smell right, quite literally. If you smell any sign of smoke, it's an immediate disengage and find out what's going on.
Yep.
That's
So
it.
what's the first thing to do?
Catch it.
Ah, good one. So fuse, what do you do if you're blowing a fuse? Yeah, definitely, that's why you're in the case that you are right now. You don't go and whack a fuse back in, do you? What's going to happen if you put a new fuse back in? Majority of the time. Yeah. I work in the marine game and I've seen some mechanics do that and it's spectacular what happens.
So where should you start? Everyone has their own way to start. We can't give you a process to follow. It's not part of it. It doesn't work. Find how you want to start troubleshooting, either from the start, the end, the middle, and work both ways if you want to.
Depends on what you've got, really.
Exactly.
As far as that goes.
Yep.
If you've got 15 strings that all put together on the data, you'll get in one figure, start disconnecting some.
Yep.
If you've got a blown fuse, we'll start by disconnecting all your strings and do one string at a time on a tester.
Yep.
That's right.
You find you get the string.
Yep. So you're isolating the situation. Yep.
Just a matter of working through one way or another.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
Transient problems are
True. Okay. Start at the basics. I know you've turned it off and on again. Pretty much like every time you hear with a computer issue, they always ask you whether you've turned it on and off. Exactly. Yep. Yep. And everybody's done it. Yep.
But surprisingly, it happens very frequently that a reboot, F16, if it's not performing right, turn it off.
Yeah. Same thing there. If you're uploading from Xlights and you have an issue.
But yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Don't get the mindset of that's illogical. It's never going to fix it. Do it. Give it a shot. It takes a couple seconds.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. Yep. Because it's going to reset to factory default. Everybody understands factory default. Why would you want to do that? Oh yeah, but if in a troubleshooting, so if you're having a situation with an item, you've gone and tried your troubleshooting with everything else through your controller, and you still can't get it. So there's probably something that you've missed that's just a little bit, that you just keep going over and you keep missing. So if you just go back to square one, reset it, and then you start working your way back through, you've sorted your issue out.
Falcons and the web page for F16 isn't the true data it sees. It can sometimes, when you input text, in the background it's saving settings. For example, if it inserts another, if you're looking at it as a spreadsheet, it's inserting another column. That could be missed in the table, you can't see it. So in the regards of figuring out why something's not working, reset might be, to reset all those tables back to nothing.
Yep. Exactly. Yep.
You can Falcons, you can set back, everything should be 50. And you know it's reset. So, big picture diagnosis, if you're going back to fuses, don't just assume it's just one thing when you're troubleshooting. Go through everything. So, if a fuse is blowing, you find out it's a dud pixel, you chop the pixel off. Don't just whack another fuse in and plug it in and go, yep, we're good to go. Get your multimeter out, test between positive, negative, see if there's a dead short. There might be something further down the line. Get your testing done. Goes back to just turning off it immediately and working back. Oh, the other thing is sometimes the fuses don't trip. We've seen that a lot.
Yep.
Fuses don't trip.
We had that at one person's place. All right, he's put his hand up. So Alf. So straight away we smelt something, and we went and
Turned
Jack
it off.
dived and pulled the power out. Then we went and found out where the smell was coming from.
And it was through my delay. I used the BP connector across all three wires. Didn't realise it pierced the installation.
But how long was it working for? We were probably there for 2 hours, and it was perfectly fine.
So it's
So
just getting
that can be-
hotter and hotter, and
Mm-hmm.
sometimes you don't know until it's too late. That's right.
Go back to the old days when it was used in the house.
Yep.
You get up every morning, turn the toaster and kettle on. Every morning, nothing happens. You get up one morning, turn the same two on, nothing else is on the house, all of a sudden the fuse blows.
Mm-hmm.
So you go out to replace the fuse, come back inside, and it works per normal.
Yep.
Because fuses will suffer penalty.
That's right. The heat cycles.
To replace it, circuit breakers, which more reliable and do not suffer penalty, the cost is astronomical.
No, you just take them out and you get one of those fuse ones. Is that how it works?
Change the fuse to circuit breakers. Like I interrupted the circuit breakers,
Yeah.
10 amp circuit breakers instead of fuses.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're all the same. You go and get a 60 amp.
Fuse at 7 or 8 cents.
Yeah.
Fuse holder of $8 or something.
Yep.
Circuit breaker is $30 or $40.
Yeah. Well, it's worth it, but changing everything to RCBOs, absolutely recommended, especially with our hobby.
Yeah.
If you have something that is just intermittently touching, like for example, power supply, if you have something intermittently touching the housing, a fuse might not blow if you've got fuses.
Yeah, but your RCBO will.
If you've got RCBOs, which is the safety switch, trips when stuff goes to ground.
Plug into your house these days, those houses as well.
Yeah.
RCBs or RCBOs.
New houses.
Our
yep.
street doesn't.
PLCVs or
Yeah, our street doesn't. They're all fuses. Well, there's probably only 2 in the street, which is the Friggy down the road and ours that have RCBOs.
depends on how long ago your house was built.
Yeah,
It's been rewired in the last 30 years.
Yep.
So,
exactly.
so I mean, even then, when RCBs or RCDs or third-level circuit breakers just came out, same as switches for the 4112, they were like nearly $200.
Yeah, a pop. That's right.
put in, whereas fuses were like $3.
Yeah. Yep.
So it came down to the fact that the electrician was going to use what was cheap, not what was right.
Yeah, exactly. But,
Now, the rules will change and they have to use what's right.
yeah,
That's right. Yeah.
And I'm constantly to come down on.
absolutely, like anything.
And it might be an overkill, but if you want to have a distribution board for yourself, you can get a 10 milliamp RCD as opposed to 30 milliamps that connect to the circuit board's own, which means it only needs 10 milliamps of third leakage current to trip.
But-
And the main circuit breakers won't trip because they require 30 milliamps.
That's right, but a washing machine can couple to the housing and you actually get flow, even though it's fine. So, it does, but yeah, agreeable. So we have some examples that we'll run through in regards to troubleshooting. So we're outputting from X lights with a test model set to blue. It's got a non-effect, we're blue. X lights are sending the data directly in bridge mode to the F16 V3 controller. And when I have my prop plugged in and output to lights on, it's green. So with that, we can start from the pixel because we've found that the end result's a pixel. We can work backwards. We work backwards. The pixel, we know that there's possible configuration settings it could be. So we'll log into the controller and notice that there's a field on the pixel order with RGB, RBG, BGR, etc. And then we check with our supplier and of the pixels, and they're manufactured in a different standard than default. So they're not RGB pixels, they're RBG, sorry, my bad. And we update the setting and now we have the correct value. So all we've done is we've outputted it, the end result's not right, we work back all the connections, so we flow from the pixel down the wiring to the device it's plugged into, so we'll start there, right? If you have the older type of dumb strip, you know, you could actually have soldered the wires backwards if they're not smart data strips. If they're not WS2811, if they're dumb strip, you've got your ground, it could be all the way around, ground, RGB channels. Manufacturing could have swapped them. So we look at that, trace it back until we find the issue.
Scenario 2. Okay, during specific parts of our songs, my lawn speakers become extremely distorted. This is at my place. The volume is not set over 50% volume. I had a sound desk on it, trying to take things out and all that. Didn't fix it. What could it be?
Anyone want to take a guess why they could be distorted?
So it's coming out of a USB off a Falcon Pi player into a splitter, goes into a FM transmitter, and then goes into the amplifier, and then out to the speakers. No. Any other guesses? I'll give you a hint. We use home automation to turn the speakers or the amplifier on and off.
So we'll follow back from the speaker itself. We find that the speakers are connected to 1mm figure 8 speaker wire, pretty common. The connection from the wire, the speakers, is in good order. We've checked it physically. So as a troubleshooting step, we could try swap the left and right speakers if we were having distortion just in one, but we could notice it, but we still had the issue when we swapped them. The cable actually runs underground.
Mm-hmm. So it basically goes from my garage up through the roof, then down through a pipe that goes underneath the grass, and then up to the front garden section. So roughly around 30 metres.
So we checked each location of what it could be. We actually used Ray-Wu connectors to connect these audio cables.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
what else we changed? The amplifier, we tried that.
Yeah, we get down there. So we took the 30 metres of cabling out of the equation and plugged the speakers directly into the amplifier.
And we cut the Ray-Wu connectors off.
And we cut the Ray-Wu connectors, yeah, true, very true. We also swapped the amplifier with another unit to see if we have the same issue, which we did. So it's not the cabling, it's not the amplifier. What was that?
Tried it on a different amplifier.
We tried with our mobile phone directly into the amplifier, eliminating all cabling, which we'll get to. So we following the amplifier, there's a branch in the troubleshooting steps where there's two possible paths. So the 1.3mm cable that you plug into the Pi or my phone, and then the power. So we sort of split off into the two branches of troubleshooting here. So the 3.5mm audio cable runs from the amplifier to the Raspberry Pi's audio dongle. We've got an audio dongle. So we replaced the 3.5mm audio cable with a spare one we had, which we knew was working. And we also used different play source, which was the phone. We played music through the phone, same issue. So we've got a new amplifier, we've got new cables, we've got a different audio playing device.
Yep.
We've eliminated all of the Ray-Wu cable plugs, all that, in case there was ohms and things in the impedance and all that was changing. Still had the issue.
It's not one that's going to stand out, so don't stress if you aren't figuring it out yet.
Yep.
Yep, so with your Falcon Pis, most people don't go out through the jack, they use a USB to 3.5mm jack, because you get a better audio out through there. Sorry? No, it wasn't the table
Yes,
saw, because Troy wasn't putting stuff on there.
The amplifier put a can of Coke on his table saw.
Yeah. Okay.
So you all right?
Yep. No. Oh, actually, yes, it was. Yes. It
Google
was.
shut it down.
Yeah, so we blame Daryl.
Yeah. do this or you want me?
I'll do this. Following from the amplifier that is fed by the 12 volt amp.
Plugging into the shed radio.
Excuse me? A shed radio? No, I've got a phone, I've got Spotify. Okay, so there's power supply going through a solid state relay to turn basically the amplifier on and off. So with my display at 9:30, speakers get turned off at 9:30 every night. I forgot a couple of times. Wife got a bit upset, so we automated it. Okay. So, so using a multimeter, we check the voltage coming out of the 12 volt 2 amp power supply that fed into the barrel jack on both ends. Both ends had 12 volt. Okay. When playing music, the amplifier input dropped to 3 volts. However, it is still 12 volts at the power supply output. Okay.
So pretty much we had a power supply, it ran into a solid state relay, and then out of that it was a barrel jack into the amplifier. Without load on the amplifier, through the solid state relay was 12 volts, both ends at the power supply and past it. When we played music and there was a slight load on the 12 volt on the solid state relay, the voltage past the relay was 3 volts, but at the power supply end was still 12 volts. So there was massive voltage drop going across the solid state relay.
And the only way we noticed it was that on the front of your amplifier, you got the little LED, tells you that the power's on. So when the volume went up, it died out. Okay, so we weren't getting enough power.
This guy.
I've learned from my mistakes.
So the truth about troubleshooting is you can create a flow diagram, work backwards as we're saying, or read 100 books. It all comes down to mindset on how you process troubleshooting. So just follow the trails, that's all we can really say. Start at one, work back. If you're troubleshooting and you find something that isn't as expected when you're troubleshooting, research into it. Google's your friend.
Yeah. And 2 heads are always better than 1.
That's it.
I pick up things Jack doesn't pick up. Jack definitely picks up things that I don't pick up.
Come back
Yes.
another day.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep. I know we've said it to Alf a couple of times on different things, haven't we? So just have a break and come back and you walk into the room and you've got it straight away. Yeah.
We've got more examples here, but pretty much it's the same.
It's just repetition.
It's just repetition.
What do other people do for troubleshooting? Or other tools that they use in their display?
Zoom.
Perfect. Yep.
That's a tool.
Yep.
It is a tool. Knowledge is a tool.
So I suppose that's the thing too, isn't it? How do you help yourself not have these troubles when you're setting your display up?
How did you come to the realisation it was the network cable? Did you have it plugged in from a controller? There.
Yeah.
There, right. Yep. Yep. I've had ends off eBay where on an RJ45 you've got 8 pins on it because it's got 8 cores of cable, and I've picked it up, assumed it was right, put it on, crimped it, I was missing a pin. Yep. They fall out. Yep.
Yep.
And you. Yep. That's it.
Yeah. But
That 100% connection when you finish.
yep.
The cable's good and you can always test it again.
Even if you're not making them.
Yes.
Yep. So test them before you put them out.
I bought one of those kits that had one of those testers in it. I started with that crimper and realised that crimper was a piece of crap.
Yep.
And then I had my cab out crimpers that I already had myself and started using
Yep.
Yeah,
And
I
Anthony?
had a pair.
Oh, sorry. Rob.
Oh, sorry, go. Yep.
Yeah. That's exactly it.
Yeah.
Yep. It's like eating an elephant, isn't it, Troy? One bite at a time. He's not paying attention. But that's right, yeah, you break it down into different sections. Yeah.
And that's why we branched on that audio power supply. We went down the audio route of the cabling and the power route. So we're breaking that down in chunks. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the same with these wireless lapel mics that we use here. It's got two different types of connections on the back. It's got XLR, and is it 6.5 mil? Or
Yeah, 6.5.
6.5 mil barrel jack on it. And when we use the 6.5 mil barrel jack, there is the 50 hertz hum from the power cabling. But the XLR, it's got extra grounding. So, you know, again, process, we'll try it. Let's try the other one. Still a bit of a hum. We moved to sound desks down here to get rid of all of the background stuff.
Yeah. It's the same thing here. We just didn't turn up and go, okay, we're just going to do the live feed or whatnot. We test everything as we go through and then troubleshoot it.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, same as the solid state relay. We would never thought it'd be a power issue. Move all the impedance, gone.
So any other troubleshooting tips anybody else has got? Yep, that was the first one we went through.
Thank you for joining the conversation. That was slide number 1, just so you know. Absolutely.
But saying in there like, oh, I know, exactly. Yeah. But like your greenies on your controllers. Some people go there, they look at it and all the wires are in and I think that that's fine and there's no issue there. Sometimes it's just tightening up the screws. As you're saying, it's the simple little things. Yep. Honestly? Yes, yep.
Yep. So, yeah, heat problems with loose connections, big one. A lot with the greenies as well is you can actually do it in reverse, so you're not tightening, you're actually feeding the cable under the connector and you're unscrewing it and it's pushing down. You go, that's all right. Shake the board and it becomes loose and arcing causes heat. And then you're back on pixelcontroller.com for a new greenie terminal.
Yeah.
Happens all the time, you'll see it on Facebook.
Yep. So really the best way of getting out of having to do a lot of troubleshooting is to do your maintenance on your controllers. Don't rush doing your setup. Give yourself time. I started in October, putting my display up. So I tighten every greenie again, just to make sure. And then I run cabling, try to run it as neatly as possible, so that way if I do have an issue, I can trace it.
And look, just one more prime example. The moving heads that are down here, we use an XLR to Ethernet cable to control these. The exact same Ethernet cable, nothing's changed, it's been sitting up on a hook. I had my DTS light, which is the big one. It's down on the ground. It's plugged into the first moving
Yeah,
head.
no, I was just going to get one of the other DMX in case they don't know.
Whole of the last year's display, I had this DMX cable going from a Falcon to my moving head. Everything was perfect. I got these 4 moving heads, plugged them in, changed nothing. Even through the DMX console, the big one worked. These ones didn't. These ones were just moving any way they wanted. It turns out that the big one, which is the one that normally costs $10,000 plus, has DMX error checking in it, and these don't. And I had in my Ethernet to XLR cable, I had two wires around the wrong way. The big fixture picked it up. These had no chance. So I just had to swap the 2 wires, but
Oh, we had to add the other wire.
we had to add the redundant ground wiring too. That was also an issue.
So it may work in one item and then not in another.
Yep. So it was breaking down the cable because that was the last thing we could identify. Because we used this DMX desk has XLR straight into it, worked fine. So the only thing in between would be the cable. So we started looking at the cable and realised that pins 2 and 3 were swapped, and there's 3 and 5 pin XLR for DMX. And we had to put the redundant grounds and tie them in because it was causing some issues. But yeah. Other than that, that's about it.
Anybody got any questions? Yeah, we definitely can. All right, if we're not in chat or somewhere, you can just message us. We've both got Facebook pages for our lights. I know Alison sends me stuff through there, and we can help you out that way. We'll give you a call. If you're local, come to our place, we'd go to yours. It's usually a Friday night. Yeah, usually Saturday morning. We usually finish about 3 o'clock. Yeah, but same thing there. That's why it's always good to get to know the other members that are around your area as well. Because we were saying it's always 2 heads are always better than 1, especially if you're from Tasmania. Hey, Simon. All right, well, we'll finish up there, hey, and we'll get Brad up for his safety presentation. Yeah, now. Are you just finishing your safety presentation, are you? Sorry? Nothing on next, no. If we need to tell you, it's probably. Change the PowerPoint mode now that I've plugged in. These shortcuts. We've got everything. We'll just go back to duplicate.
All right, which is the forwards and backwards on this? Oh, we'll soon find out. No? Oh, do I have to do this too? So yeah, my name is Brad. I'm down from Brisbane. I'll just shove this in my pocket. Hopefully it still works. So yeah, I'm just going to talk about a few tips for that I've found over the years of running a display. So that's my house there. Hang on, is this going to go forward? Yeah, so I thought we'd just talk about display security, crowd control, traffic management, and I'll touch a little bit on CCTV as well. I'm not a lawyer, and it's not security advice, so you need to get your own expert opinion. I think the number one thing is not to leave your display unattended. Pixel fire, little pixel fire, probably not that big a deal. Big pixel fire, probably no house left. And if any silly buggers is going to happen from somebody, if you're around, you're going to be able to nip it in the bud pretty quick. It's when people think there's nobody around and it's a free-for-all, it's going to cause a lot more drama. Let's move on. After hours, I think sensor lights are a good idea. It's the psychology of light turns on when somebody's up to no good. They're going to do a double take. Did somebody see me, or was it just an automatic light? Any loose items, remove it. So whatever prop, if you're going to leave it out, chain it down so it can't go walk off down the street. Don't forget to bring your donation tin in. Very easy to forget when you've got everything else going on. And doing a quick pass for rubbish in the street will probably keep the neighbours happy as well. I think fencing off your display is good. Up in Brisbane, there's a lot of walk-through displays, so people think that, yeah, it's a commercial operation and they can just wander straight in. Having that sort of barrier gives, sort of keeps people where you want them. It's also going to be a hurdling event if anyone wants to try and grab something, and then they're going to have to jump your fence to get out. So it'll slow them down. We'll hopefully make good CCTV footage. Hey, bug zappers work great. I got a bug zapper because mosquitoes go crazy. The amount of parents that freaking freak out when they hear the bug zapper go off because their kids like walk near something. Works really well. So yeah, fences. If you're going to build a fence, the kids will jump on it and knock it down. So simple way to do it with some conduit. 20 mil conduit fits inside 25 mil pipe. So you put the 25 mils in the ground as little, what do you call it, like golf tee poles. Build your fence on that. If they break it, fine. You're not going to rip your letterbox out with their weight. So you've also got to think what's across the road. I'm in a really narrow street. It's a dead end. It's 2 cars wide. So, and the neighbours across the road don't have fences. So I'm also mindful about when people turn up, they start going further and further backwards, unintentionally, but before they know it, they'll be like leaning against the house across the road. Most people are completely unaware because they're too busy looking at it, and then they're walking backwards as it fills up. So signage is good. Keep it simple, like Lithgow was talking about earlier today. People aren't going to read it probably anyway, but bigger to better, clearer. Probably also help if something did go down. Controller boxes, I'd keep them out of sight. It's people can't see it, they don't see the temptation. If it's out of sight, out of mind. Probably also I would lock them so nobody can go poking around it and doing something completely stupid. Again, I mean, you get kids around, they could start fiddling with it. You don't want them to poke around with it. And of course, don't forget the golden rule about your power cables going down. You want to have a loop so the water doesn't follow the cable straight into your controller box and fills up with water. So cable management, if you're going to run it near anyone, you want to have it out the way so nobody's going to trip over it. That's, yeah, one I prepared earlier. No, of course not. Sorry, what's that? Missed that. So yeah, you want to secure any cables. Have no idiot trip over them. Especially being in the dark too, they're looking at lights. They're not going to see cables on the ground. If you got to go over a pathway, you want to have it probably the proper not conduit, like the speed bump sort of stuff, so they can't trip over it. Big heavy rubber doormats sort of work well too. Cable management, if you're going to recycle 240 volt cables into low voltage, layman expert on the street is going to say, oh, look at those 240 volt power cables, not understanding that you've only got 12 volt in it. Particularly if it's like the indoor rated TPS cables that's in the wall. Average Joe sees that, they think it's main power cable, and then if it's running in the rain, they'll be like, oh, look at this idiot, it's got 240 volt cable out in the rain, not realising that you're using that for cheap conductor sizes. So yeah, that'll just save the flame oil on Facebook. Vandal resistance on cables. If you're going to probably string cables, I don't like to have it so people, if they were to pull on it, they're going to like pull something off the roof in the process. Using like sort of jack chain as well to attach it to, so there's an anchor point. So if they're going to Tarzan on it, they're not going to pull everything with it. So probably no-go zones. The council property, you want to obviously want to stay off power poles and stuff like that. Trees on the nature strip, probably okay, but again, I'd make sure you're not going to hang the postman when he drives his motorbike down the footpath. So what else we got? I've also found you want to have off the top of your head where the nearest public toilets are, because people are going to think, oh, where's the toilets? Can you let me into your house so we can use the toilet? No thanks. So you want to have it pretty good, yep, park down the road, local Maccas, whatever. So then attracting the right crowd. If you're going to do the dubstep and techno sort of stuff, I think that it looks great visually, but you're going to end up with P-platers and teenagers. Where if you go for like the Baby Shark sort of song, you're going to get a different demographic. Removing the bass from your yard speakers is going to be good because it's not going to penetrate your neighbour's walls. And anyone with a car stereo is probably not going to start pumping it as much. You're going to get TV coverage. That can be it's a double-edged sword. If they put your address up, you're potentially going to have everyone turn up at once. The advantage, I think, now is not many people watch TV anymore. It used to be, I think, more of an issue a few years back, but I mean, there's more of us doing it now, so, and less people watching the 6 o'clock news. I always like to say if the media's going to turn up, put the suburb in, so then they've at least got to go onto Google or Facebook and try and figure out my exact address. And most of the media people are pretty happy to abide by that. Newspaper coverage, good if you want to get old people who read newspapers out. They're going to need at least a week's notice on any sort of publication by the time they make an article and get it into print and slot it in. So yeah, if you're planning on doing that, you want to get it done early, get them out early December before it gets too busy. Sorry? What a photo. That one. Oh yeah, that was posing there for it. Huh? What? Moving on. So, I didn't hear that. Moving on, so if you're going to go viral, I think having a Facebook page is not only good for getting people coming to your display so they know what they're looking for, it's also a way you can get your operating times out, and if you need to do your own sort of press release, if say something was to happen or you want to give advice or set the record straight, at least if you've got a source, people can go to that and sort of say, no, this is what he really said or really intended. Your listings are going to get harvested no matter where, as soon as it's out there. It's going to end up on one website, some other website will copy it. But yeah, I've been quite surprised how that sort of panned out. So yeah, crowd control, the shorter the show, the quicker people will move on. If it gets super crowded, because I'm in such a tiny street, I'll actually have to pause it and stop it. Or a single song on repeat will get people moving on. Or Baby Shark. Volume controlling, doing the volume from the Pi interface on your phone, really handy if the P-platers turn up with the subwoofers. So the softer the volume, people in the audience tend to talk quieter then too. So if I think they're getting too loud, I'll sometimes turn the volume down, so then it makes them listen harder. FM transmitters, I found I'm using it less now because people park, and I don't want people to park in the street because there's not enough room. You definitely want to stay away from anyone who's got a license. because that's how the ACMA will come after you. And I'd always make sure you turn your transmitter off when you're done, because they probably only work business hours, hopefully. So yeah, running on the same circuit. Yeah, DIY traffic control, you want to stick to the big cones. I found the four-wheel drives don't see the little ones. If you put a light inside it too, like a little battery-powered thing, makes it more visible again. Majority of people get the idea that you shouldn't park in front of them, but there's going to be people that do. And it's usually after you've been outside for half an hour. As soon as you step inside, that's when the car will stop in the middle of the street and you're back to square one. So, closing the road, probably shouldn't do it. If you're going to do it professionally, it's going to cost a fortune. I also like to wear a fluoro vest when I'm out and about. It's again so cars and other neighbours can see where I am if there's a big crowd of people. When you're looking at your camera footage, if you want to replay something, you'll stand out like mad because the fluoro vest will reflect on the infrared vision. I also use a torch to illuminate where I'm walking, just so people can see me as well, because they're looking at the display, they're not looking at somebody coming up. So if you're going to approach a car, you don't want to go via the blind spot, because you don't want to startle them and have them hit the accelerator if they're not in park or something like that. So I go nice and wide around them so I'm not sneaking up on them. Yeah. Yeah, there was one up in Brisbane too, and then the police pinged him. It was actually it was like a truck or something. Drove around Ipswich, and then yeah, police weren't happy because of all the flashing lights on it. But they did come to an arrangement in the end. I've also found that cars don't drive straight near Christmas lights. So people sitting in the gutter, I tend to tell them to, if it starts to get busy, that it's not a good idea to sit in the gutter. Cars blocking the cones, I always go up and say, oh, are you looking for parking? And then before they have time to respond, you start giving them the excuses. So you need room for a bus. Anyone who's got a good car will then instantly want to move it. And then you're saying you've got to keep the police happy and it's your traffic management plan. Most people get the idea then, if they want to get grumpy about it, stop the show. But yeah, 99% of people are real good about it. If they leave, who cares? There's 10 people to replace them. I'm also mindful of neighbours' driveways. I've had people pull up and park in neighbours' driveways just because they want a parking spot. And then they'll say, oh, I'm only going to be 2 minutes. And I'm like, well, it's not your house. So I'll tell them, no, they've got to move. End of story. It's not a good look, I think. Then operating hours, I switch off at 10 o'clock every night on the dot. Sort of non-negotiable. So the neighbours around me know that once it's 10 o'clock, it's going to be game over. And if they turn up at 10:01, once the pipe players finish the loop, it's usually too bad. Come back tomorrow. Then yeah, finally, CCTV. Is it a deterrent? Maybe. It's a passive sort of system. It's not going to prevent somebody stupid. I mean, look at all the banks that still get robbed or service stations, and every single one in the country's got cameras. Image quality and the reliability is going to vary greatly. If it's sold in the shop, it's probably going to be junk. The professional gear is going to be a lot better. It's probably going to be more expensive, but you get what you pay for. Whatever you do, you want to be recording 24/7. Don't rely on motion because you're likely to miss the beginning of the event, particularly if it's off in the distance. So there's going to be varying factors. It's not just like how many megapixels it's got. It comes back to standard photography and getting light in the camera. So the bigger the camera physically is, it's going to be a more expensive camera, but at night, when you've got very little lighting, and it's made worse by Christmas lights that have been fluctuating the lighting, which then affects your bit rate, and I can see Brad nodding here because he does security work. Yeah, it's not as simple as it looks. black and white, and then you want to lock the camera settings so it doesn't switch into color. Well, even if you do leave it in color, you want to lock the settings because you don't want it going hunting. Yeah, otherwise, yeah, it'll keep switching. So if you don't wear your solenoid out on your IR cut, yeah, and then yeah, being able to lock the exposure as well, I think it's beneficial. So yeah, then you're going to think, oh, well, I'll just get the 4K 8 megapixel cameras at night. It's not going to work in your favor because it comes back to optics and the size of the pixels on the camera sensor. 8 megapixel camera, they're going to be smaller pixels. Whereas if you've got an older 2 megapixel camera, larger physical pixels on the camera sensor, more light can get in. So you're going to get a better night vision. That's compensated by having larger camera sensors, hence a bigger camera, which is probably a bigger price tag. But yeah, it's not something that's terribly clear. So like when you look at the front here, when you see their big cameras, they've got nice big sensors in them. They'll be real good at night. But again, your little $100 tiny webcam is going to struggle, especially if it's in fluctuating light. Cheap camera, if it's in a room with no natural lighting, fixed lighting conditions, it's probably going to be perfectly fine. But as soon as you've got lots of light, low light and fluctuating light, you're in for a hard time if you want court admissible footage. And is anyone still awake? Because I'm at the end. Yeah. Any questions? No? Perfect. Thank you. Who's next? Oh, I better take this off.
One of them's in focus. Come on, I tried.
No, you flew.
That's a key word. The actual fixture's rotating. So if you want to... Yeah, because the whole fixture's rotating. Yep. There you go, there's your answer.
One year I just had it shining on the driveway.
Yeah. I just had it as a dot on auto. It was going absolutely everywhere. Mate, they loved it.
So how do you hook them up to your
So I got a USB DMX dongle, but normally I would run them through a actual Falcon board. So it's got the serial output on it, and I use this cable going it straight into the DMX.
So you do have the DMX dongle as well?
Yeah, just for testing. I only use this for testing. Ah,
Have you seen that program? There's a program called QLC Plus.
yeah, right.
It's a software program, and it does have, I don't know whether these dongles work on it, I haven't checked it, but it does the same thing where you can actually, it simulates all this.
Yeah, right.
It's actually for a stage show. You can actually manage your whole stage show from it. You can actually map where all the lights are going to be.
Yeah, right.
It's like X lights for DMX.
Yeah, okay.
But I found it really cool if it knows the fixture. When you actually got your sliders on the screen,
Yeah,
you
it
have
shows it.
hand, tilt, and
Yeah,
for
right.
the gobos, when you click on the gobo, it shows you all the different gobos. So you don't have to think, oh, was that 101 that
Yeah.
it's that one, or 108 it's that one.
Yeah, right.
But the problem is it doesn't have all these chimes on it. But you can,
That's
you
the
have to
thing.
manually
You create your model, yeah.
And so you just have to get like a Cat 5 cable to
Excellent, I made it.
DMX on the other end. So
Yeah.
plug it in.
Yeah, you just make them. Easy. 4 wires, solder them between 2 and 3. They've got the, if you just search Ethernet to XLR cable, it tells you how to wire them up.
5 or 3 people.
3s.
DMX is
It's
usually
kind well, professional is supposed
5.
to be 5.
Yeah,
Because the other 2 is like a redundancy.
that's exactly. So with these,
So it's a bit surprising that there's something that's big and expensive as these, they haven't gone with it.
5. Yeah, well these, for some reason I had to, like for the ground pin on the XLR cable, I had to put ground, redundant ground on that same pin. And then the other pin, I had to do data plus redundant, and then the same with the other one. Because
So
you got,
have to wire 5 wire onto the 3, basically.
yeah, 6 wires.
Okay.
So, no, these are all independent now.
Well, he's running it off the show.
Yep.
It shows.
Yeah, I'd do that, Daryl. Look at that. Don't take it off.
For safety zone in February, I set up all my DMX moving lights in the
On guard, on guard.
just had it close.
I can put them on. Apparently for $200 or something. Each. Yeah, don't stand in front of it. No. Prisms. I don't know where the mic is.
I'm gonna flash.
Yeah, that's it. Laser track into his eyeballs.
Where would I put two of those at home?
Just Perspex box. Whoops. That's on the to-do list, like his Chopper Chop machine. Amazon, Australia, yeah, $400. Yeah, beam moving head. Yeah, are you shop or something?
What's Daryl doing?
Yeah, I think they put an extra $50 on them because they were going. I put the thread up and people bought them.
And these are 230 watts, are they?
Yes.
Yes, Durf, as Lee, you're waving you since you said his name.
Hello. Who is it? Ah, my eyes.
It's Mark M.
It's Mark M. Hello, Mark.
Oh yeah, come show me.
Oh.
He's trying to convince me that it's easy.
So you put them in groups?
Yeah, so what I do on my very tiny screen that I definitely don't program exercise with, this thing.
Yeah, clearly.
So I start at the beginning. So I start when you program DMX, so you've got your 16 channels and you have to set at one given time when you want something to change, you have to change those DMX values.
Alright, yeah.
So when I start the song, I don't want them to turn on when they're getting into position.
Alright.
Otherwise, because it takes time to get from 0, to where I want them,
Got ya.
I don't want the lights on whilst they're going up. So I set an off effect
Oh yeah.
on the
two.
shutter group.
Yeah.
So you set groups for your different channels.
Oh right, gotcha.
So I can create a group for my shutters to turn them on and off.
Yeah.
That way I can just drag an on effect when I want the lights
And
on.
yeah, it will turn off. Yeah, okay.
So I get it into position, and then my first effect,
Yeah,
I want the values for my, so you can name each channel.
Alright.
So it's a bit easier. So I have it set to 0 for some reason as part of a group. So I'd say they're getting into position.
Okay.
Well, actually no, they'll be in position from the previous effect. DMX is a bit voodoo. You've got a trial and error.
Alright, okay then.
Strobe and dimmer, I want strobe solid,
Yeah.
dimmer on, which pretty much just turns the wide beam on.
Alright.
The hardest part with these, I found, is the pan and tilt where you want it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I basically sat for a whole day. I've got shitty little 60 watt ones. Put them where I was going to have them, went through going, okay, when pan is
Making
20,
note.
it
Yeah,
points there.
yeah.
When it's 30, it points.
Yeah.
And I basically just had a piece of paper and mapped it all
Yeah.
where it was. Once you've done that, then it's pretty simple
Yeah.
to work out where it's, and then you just got to put them back in the same place.
So you go through each song, part of the song, I change it. So I actually have it strobing, flashing at this point in the song in the same location.
Okay.
Value curve on the.
And yeah,
So-
so how do you do the strobe? Because you've just got the same effect there as you did with the other one.
Correct. So I toggle between on and strobing.
Oh.
And then if I actually want, so by default, if I just change the value, layering, yeah. Yeah, so I did layering but on group level.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
and then I've got per fixture items. So
Alright.
what I can do
Yeah.
is, for example, if this is, by default, when you specify value, the head's going to go there as fast as possible. Right, but if you want a slow sweep, you set a value curve.
Okay.
So you go into, I've got a value curve set here
Yep.
of ramping, so it does it slow.
Yep.
So that's the thing, tilt and pans, you have to value curve to adjust the speed of it, otherwise it's just going to try to get there as fast as possible. And then what I do, like for example, if I want a couple of beams to be opposing,
Okay.
I create a layer of a DMX effect
Yeah, yeah.
and change the layer blending
Yeah. Yeah.
to additive or subtractive. So if I got a DMX value of 100 and it's pointing up, but I want it to be 45, I want the two in the middle to be up, that one and that one to be opposing, so that one going that way, that one going that way. I do a subtractive on that of 50 and an additive of 50 on that. And it,
Oh, that's clever. Jimmy curves, I guess.
Yeah.
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 You have to, yeah.
It's just your mindset, but
That's
you
good.
layer, because you render going down, so I've got the top as my pan and tilts, and then my gobos and everything on per fixture when I get to the song.
All right, I'm going to start playing with that.
But yeah, get the 3D model one, so
Yeah,
that's
I
a
don't think I got
2D.
the right with my layout. I think I just grabbed whatever.
You
and didn't know
grab-
what I was doing.
Grab DMX,
Yeah, and
grab
3D
a,
model.
no, grab a 2D model,
All right.
right?
Yeah.
Looks like that,
Yeah.
but change it to 3D in here.
Oh.
So much better to look at.
Oh.
Otherwise
okay.
it's 4.3, like the actual X-Lite 3D.
In the model settings.
Yeah.
Right. I can do that.
Have you got something? Are you getting something?
No, I just like to know what I'm doing before I purchase something and how you would go about how time consuming it is, all that jazz.
There's a really good video on YouTube about
Yeah,
that.
Is that the one that, what's his name? Swiper?
I can't remember. He's got the outdoor ones in America. Yeah.
His one video. His name's Swiper.
Something.
Is he on YouTube?
YouTube. If you type in X-Lights moving heads, it's like the #1 video.
Alright.
He's got.
And he goes through everything in X-Lights. Otherwise, it's like a 2-hour
Would you know
video.
The video if you saw it.
Yeah.
Moving heads.
Oh no, it's not that one. It's that one there. That
Oh,
one.
the one. Oh, this one.
Yep.
Okay.
Is it? Yeah,
Swapper. Yep.
Oh, yeah, got
He's
you.
got the outdoor versions of a little bit higher powerful
Yeah.
one of these. Yeah.
I know they're really impressive. The heaps of fuck it gets me every time.
They're the
heaps bigger.
350 watts. These outdoor ones, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, that's blinding.
They are blinding, but these ones, for being 230,
In thinking about doing this, before investing $450, buy a little basic spot and then
One's that
Yeah.
Graham's got.
$50 to $70.
yeah.
They're the ones you're talking
The
about?
sequencing's completely different, but
Oh, is it? That's what
right. So with the anything RGB, because you're mixing red, green, and blue, these are actual. When you change color, they're spinning discs. So I'm setting a value for each color. So you'll get a manual like this, which is all your channels. So you got channel 1 is pan.
Yeah.
So you know on the list I had pan. If I drag that, it's going to turn it.
Right.
That goes through. You got your tilt.
Mm-hmm.
Tilt and pan fine, which just means it moves a millimeter. You never use a foggy lens if you want something to go blurry.
Oh.
Strobe. So between the value of 0
Yeah.
is off. 1 to 50 is starting to strobe. Oh, actually no. 1 to 50 is solid beam. 51 to 240 is strobe from slow to fast. So the more you push it up, faster it blinks.
So do you sequence all your songs, or do you import and then you'll add your moving heads into a song? Like,
Oh, it depends. So
just
some
thinking with the-
some songs I import, and then
Yeah.
I have to do these because these are per display.
I know, but that's what I mean. Like if I'm sequencing like I do and then do this, it's going to be really.
Yeah, you just have to
time-consuming.
add it on top. Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
So
I still would like. I like it's just.
it takes it's
learn
long,
something
but
too.
see the thing is, like, I'm not going to sequence every single moving head individually.
Yeah.
They're all going to be grouped.
They're not going to be moving at every song at every time.
That's the thing. If you listen to that video,
Yeah.
he pretty much says
Yeah.
that they take away from your pixels. So only use them in a part of a song where you want like a big bang.
George's videos, he doesn't use his very often.
That's right.
You know, 20, probably like 3 or 4 lots of 10 to 20 seconds in a 3-minute song.
Yeah. He uses them every now and then. That's all these are going to be used for. That's what I used for the Star Wars in my last show, was when the Mega Tree and the moving head was fighting.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Bruce around the corner and he uses his in 2 songs, I think. But all his videos are on ACL. You'll see he uploaded his entire show though, so you just see like full 20 minutes of the video.
Yeah.
Chop it up or anything like that. But yeah, they're absolutely.
They're interesting. They add it's a whole different element to the show.
You can always play without having the moving headlights, as long as you know the map.
Yeah.
You could create your own mapping, play with an X-Lite so you see what they're doing, but you're going to see how complicated it is.
Yeah, and that's what
I just find it's so I'll put it in I'm pretty open to sequences anyway, but yeah, it's just that you've got to set so many things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not just set a colour and a blink.
No. That is a really cool effect.
The prisms.
So actually, do you see that moving if you point it at something and then further away, or is it
Yeah.
just-
So
Is-
if I whack this back in, I'll just change the. So if I change it over to the desk, right, so I can control each channel on here.
Manually?
Alright.
Is this something you bought separately though?
Yeah, $50.
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh wow.
So if I point this up,
Yeah.
so that's my tilt channel
Yeah.
2, and then I'll have my strobe and my dimming effect. So like I can strobe it, and then I can dim it. But dimming on these is pretty much just putting a black plate in front of the beam.
That's a bit dodge.
It's all of them. Even like you can get the $10,000 ones, and they're like a sliding aperture that closes like that.
Yeah.
But these ones, they just put something in front of the beam.
Do they have
$450.
They don't have an intensity?
No, because they're a bulb. They're always on. You can't dim the bulb.
Right.
LEDs you can.
With the difference with the LEDs,
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's putting the dimmer on and off. And then if I change the page on this, I've got, I think this is my colour. So I can set a colour. So these are gobos. But then I have to focus my gobo. Right?
That's why you see the results.
Like that. So that's focused. So then I can go through my gobos, which is this one. That's colour.
Actually, the colour programming would be the same, Jack, because in those cheap ones, it's got colour 0 to 10 is red.
Yeah.
It'd be the same, it's just acting different.
Are they those pictures?
Because in mine, the DMX things is just 0 to 255 and each
Yeah.
10 is a different colour.
Well, that's right. But do you have channels? So you have a different channel for each colour?
No.
No, so yours is colour wheel.
No, it's
So it's one channel.
yeah.
Okay, so it's one channel and it changes colour.
It's the same as Pixel, one channel for colour basically.
Well, no, you have 3 channels.
Yeah. Well.
RGB.
Yeah.
So with the ones you get from DJ City, you'll have one channel's red, one channel's green, one channel's blue.
No, these cheap ones have got one channel for colour.
Yep.
So it's
And you
just-
set the value like
set the
0
value
to 20's red,
Yeah.
30, 40's green. Yeah. So they're just cheaped
very
out.
similar to
Yeah.
what yours is.
But see, I can set the gobo. Right, where's butterflies?
Yeah. Oh, it's
And then I can focus it properly. And then I can apply prism to it. And then I can rotate those. And then I can. I can spin that prism.
But you need to shine it on something to see that.
Yes.
So what would you shine it on at your place?
My neighbour's shed across the road.
And then you can change the. I can.
They're awesome. Are they local images or are they just stock standard what comes with it?
Each fixture you buy can be different. I bought all these from the same seller, the same model.
Hey, that sold me.
Those gobos, it's just basically a cheap metal
Glass. Yep.
Yeah.
with tiny little cutouts.
Yeah.
So
And it's just-
each different gobo, and it just spins around. I want this gobo stuff.
So you know the old overhead projectors?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like putting a sheet in front of that. Yeah.
But some of the ones you can actually change the gobos.
Gobos,
You can
yeah.
buy different gobo wheels, and you can actually swap the different gobo wheels to get different.
Yeah,
but
that'd be expensive.
models up.
Oh, yeah, models up. Yeah, tens of $1,000 fixtures.
There's a lot of gobos in this one.
Well, I can. Is that gobos?
Quite a few.
And so this will cycle through all the gobos with the prism whilst it's rotating.
Yeah, that is really cool.
Yeah.
Where's everyone gone?
Pretty much.
Just walk down Oxford Street like that, mate. You'd be real well.
It's really only 2 o'clock. Just wrap
Where's
up.
your credit card, Ben?
What? It's not working.
It's insert.